I'm sorry, this is just too long. He is taking forever. I apologize. He's taking forever. Let me see if I can give him a call. Hold on. I just don't know what's going on. Hold on. Let me give him a call. Hold on. He's not picking up my calls. Are you fucking serious? I'm gonna call him again. Give me a second. It's going to voicemail. What a fucking dick. Hey, Charlie, it's Lucas. We are supposed to have a debate at 3:30. We set this up a few months ago. If something's happened, please give me a text message. Give me a call. If you're running late, let me know. This is very unprofessional. Just giving you a heads up, okay? All right. You just gotta wait. Just going over my debate notes. Don't worry about it.
I didn't realize this was going to be kind of a theme show because we write our editorial before the week starts, and so it was all about freedom of speech. Then the assassination occurred, so this is turning into a theme show. But it is kind of interesting that this guy was shot, and he's been on our show, been on my podcast. I talk to him, I like everybody. I talk to everybody. I think I'm glad I took that approach. But he was shot under a banner that said, "Prove me wrong," because he was a debater. And too many people think the way to do that, to prove you wrong, is to just eliminate you from talking altogether. So the people who mocked his death or justified it, I think you're gross. I have no use for you. The people who are saying now we're at war, I have no use for you.
He encouraged everyone to speak about their beliefs, whether he believed them or not. Am I a Republican? No, I'm a person. Because I'm standing up for someone that passed away, I'm now being called names in the chat. This is what's wrong with a lot of you people. You will never get far in life. You are sick in the head. Someone just said they're unsubscribing from me. Thank God, please. Because if you believe in they and thems, you're part of the problem. If you're so stupid enough to go against science, please unfollow me.
Charlie Kirk, we didn't, we're what, 7 days after?
7 days.
Craig David. So.
Yeah.
Oh, are you guys cracking jokes? Yeah, that's what we do. I think the easiest way to start this video, and I think the thing where most of us agree is that political violence should never be acceptable. The idea that you might have the most reprehensible views, the most disgusting things, you should have the right, and you should be safe enough to be able to espouse those views without losing your life. After his assassination, the main thing I took away, most of what I've seen after the fact is folks trying to figure out whether or not this guy's right wing or left wing, so they can, pit blame on the other side.
100%.
I've seen people call for violence. I've seen people have this rhetoric of us versus them.
Good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail.
I know we don't have a lot of time. There's so many good speakers tonight. This is a battle between good and evil. I wish we could compromise, but you can't compromise with evil. You can't compromise with evil.
I've seen people be like, well, the other side is the one that does it. And I think all of that really defeats the purpose of trying to make the world more safe, right?
Until they start having people that are their friends or their icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk. you know, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them.
Oh,
and
see,
unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down.
Yeah, you see, he's saying all this. Unfortunately, I think it's bad. But logically, the person listening is going to say, okay, if the solution is getting the people on the left to wake up, and you're saying that you think the only way they will ever wake up is if this starts happening to them, then if I want to be an activist and actually do something about it, then I should go and wake them up. These people are dangerous, bro.
So this is Nancy Mace when she thought that the shooter of Charlie Kirk might be a trans liberal. She also gave an interview that the liberals need to own this. This is her statement after she found out that it was a 22-year-old white Utah boy from a MAGA family. Oh yes, and they are MAGA because his grandmother said that every single person in that family is MAGA. His mother tried to take down all the photos of them with large guns, and it turns out that there's evidence he was a Groyper. And if you're like, what is that? Excuse me, I had to look myself. It is a part of the internet incel community from 4chan and 8chan who are extreme white nationalists who their leader is, you'll never guess, Nick Fuentes.
So we have a man, a husband, a father, his wife, 2 kids, murdered for his beliefs. That's crazy. It's crazy. My thing is, should we all be murdered? Should we all die? We all don't have the same beliefs. We don't. Never one of us have the same beliefs. Core beliefs? Sure. But should we all be murdered? Should we all die?
I just want to say the fact that my ukulele is firmly in its resting place speaks volumes. Because I'm not going to do like a little song and dance because somebody died, but I'm also not going to pretend like they weren't a fucking terrible person. And I just think the holier than thou, like, you're no better than him. I am better than him. Because I'm not a fucking bigot. Like, when Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked and almost murdered, Charlie Kirk was like, let's raise money for the guy. Let's get him out. Why hasn't he been bailed out? He was like, oh, Palestinians don't exist. Gaza should be flattened. Israel is not starving Gaza. He was a terrible person. Do I feel bad for his kids? Yeah, I do. I wish he felt bad for kids that were victims of gun violence. I wish he felt bad for the parents of children who were killed by gun violence. According to him, it was inevitable.
Hi guys, it's me again, and today we're going to look at some of the interesting users on, you would never believe it, Blue Sky. That's right. And I don't know how this keeps happening, but yesterday, after Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered, he was shot in the throat, bled out on stage in front of everybody, including his own family and his children. The number of people in the games industry who decided to go on to social media, particularly Blue Sky. A lot of these people, you have to understand that many of these people have already been run off of Twitter because there's a level of discourse and negativity that they can't really deal with. So the only place that they can really exist is on effectively a reservation like Blue Sky, where their opinions are protected and they're allowed to be vitriolic and nobody's allowed to tell them that they're wrong. Well, that's why we're making this video. We're going to be looking at some of the different people that, after the death of Charlie Kirk, decided to, and I'm not really going to be going through, everybody is going to draw the line at a different place. Here's where I draw the line.
I truly hate giving these white supremacists any type of airtime, but this guy here is really getting on my nerves, this Charlie Kirk dude, so I have to give him a clap back for this video he posted.
Black people are allowed to talk about black culture in a way that white culture cannot. For example, black people can go up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did, so what are you gonna do, cancel me? Black people are much easier to be able to say that black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders. If most white people say that at a job, they would get fired for being a racist. I don't care because I say whatever I want.
Oh, bless your little colonizer heart. You really climbed on the internet and opened your pale mouth and decided to rewrite history in real time like the rest of us haven't been wide awake. The audacity to claim black people have more intellectual freedom while simultaneously gaslighting the entire globe into believing your fragility is under attack. Now that's rich. Irony is so thick, and it might as well pay for reparations. But I'm going to reveal the lie and hypocrisy behind the Olympics that you just won the new gold medalist for.
The country is still shocked and horrified by yesterday's assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. However you feel about his politics, he was a young father of 2 small children and an American who has the constitutional right to express his opinion in safety. In the end, as Americans, we are all brothers and sisters. Or at least Mike Johnson and I look like we are.
Political violence is abhorrent and anathema to the highest ideals of this country. It corrodes us and threatens the very foundations of our democracy.
Yeah, Seth Meyers didn't shoehorn any jokes into his opening 3-minute monologue that went way beyond just acknowledging the passing of Charlie.
3 months ago, Minnesota Democratic lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were murdered in their home in what officials described as a politically motivated assassination. This rising tide of political violence will only lead to a darker and more dangerous place, and it must end. In a moment like this, it is the responsibility of all public figures to marshal their dignity and compassion and lead us to a calmer, more rational place. This effort cannot be one-sided, and it must start at the top.
I'm going to bring in D.L. Hughley right now. And I want DL, you have been, I think, the clearest voice. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I think you've been the clearest voice on this because you're speaking truth to power.
I don't think he's heard my content on this.
Without, condoning violence, you're speaking to the hypocrisy that's happening on the right now.
Mm-hmm. That always is a strange euphemism to me, condoning. The act already happened. America has, by definition, decided that it will condone. But even Charlie Kirk, by his own words, said that a certain amount of deaths were acceptable. So the word is kind of weird and a misnomer to ask someone after the fact whether they condone what already happened. This is America's choice. They have decided that these deaths, whether they be children, whether they be people shot at synagogues or at grocery stores or at malls, we even have different classifications of the way we're shot. Thousands, tens of thousands, more Americans have died at the hands of Americans than have died in every single war we've ever fucking been. So,
does D.L. Hughley own a gun? Can we cut the shit, fam? Hey, look, man. Hey, look, I've already criticized Charlie Kirk. I've been doing it. I'm going to keep doing it, okay? And I've been pointing out these issues. But come on, can we cut the shit here for a second? Hey, DL, do you own a gun, dude? Now, we all know your girlfriend, Kamala Harris, owns a gun. She bragged about it on the campaign trail. Tell him I own a gun. And I go to the range, pow, 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 pow. Remember that? She pulled a Hillary. Same shit Hillary pulled. And now you're going to start him off. Don's going to introduce this guy as being the clarion voice of reason when it comes to Charlie Kirk and Republicans on these issues. And once he do, the man will look like MC Light running out on stage, falling on her face. He did an MC Light. And I like MC Light, but she had that one coming though, didn't she? Joe Biden didn't mean nothing when he called that grown-ass man boy. Light us up, Rock. Light us up. Stop, man. She wasn't light as a rock when she hit the floor, though. Let's go back to D.L. Hughley. D.L. is supposed to be the greatest voice when it comes to talking about Charlie Kirk. That's what Don Lemon says. Let's see what happens.
So when I say that they're trying to make him into the second coming, or somehow saying that he's a deity, or I get that he's a martyr now, but I want you to listen. This is Glenn Beck. Now we all know what Charlie Kirk has said,
right?
And this actually less about.
I think a lot of people pretend like they don't know. That's the thing. A lot of people pretend like they don't.
No, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know shit about Charlie Kirk, man. This guy was propped up by the establishment Republicans. A lot of people don't know who he is. It's not like he had a show on MSNBC. A lot of these people don't watch this shit. How many people are going to Turning Point USA? He's a Republican, first of all. The majority of Black America don't got anything to do with Republicans. Not for the large part. I mean, Trump has kind of opened the door for some people to pay a little bit more attention, but not establishment Republicans. And this guy was like friends with Hegseth, Cash Patel. These are not names to ring out in the hood. I bet you if I went down right now to Benning Road, Washington, D.C., and asked 20 people, who the hell is Hegseth, they'd be like, excuse me? Nah, man, she sell weed around the corner. They got the good shit around the corner. You know, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I thought you said headset. Who got a headset? What headset? You mean the Beats, the new Beats headphones? What headset, mofo? Because people don't know these things about Charlie Kirk. People are finding out now. Some people didn't know who he was till he was gone. So DL is that he live in a bubble. DL's in a bubble. Don Lemon's in a bubble. Don, you get out of your bubble and you go on the street and talk to people. DL don't do that. DL know a bunch of Hollywood mofos. What does he do? If he ain't touring, he don't know nobody. And he's paid not to know nobody, pretend. He come up here and pretend like he got this finger on. Just because he black, don't mean he got his hand on the pulse of a black America. This guy it's got his finger on a bank account. It's a bank account. When he writing his Obama memoirs. Come on, man. How you gonna say a guy who wrote a memoir for Barack Obama is in any way a voice of anything for black? I mean, that's the guy with a certain type of accent. And then he was all up Kamala's butt. Come on, man. This is not, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, guys, I don't want to be all night, but I gotta say, D.L. Hughley is not the voice of in Lemon Live.
No. My manager, who's I've been my manager 30 years, he wasn't aware of all the things he said. And I think there are a lot of people who just kind of are tuned into a certain frequency and can, they get to cherry pick things. But if you're one of those groups that have been marginalized, one of those groups that he's spoken out against.
Dude just contradicted himself 3 times, man. I'm sorry, fan. What the hell did he say? I'm going on this long ass rant because he said one thing and then he does about face immediately.
I get that he's a martyr now, but I want you to listen. This is Glenn Beck. Now, we all know what Charlie Kirk has said.
Right.
This actually less about.
I think a lot of people pretend like they don't know. That's the thing. A lot of people pretend like they don't know. My manager, who's I've been my manager 30 years, he wasn't aware of all the things he said. And I think there are a lot of people who just kind of are tuned into a certain frequency and can, they get to cherry pick things. But if you're one of those groups that have been marginalized, one of those groups that he's spoken out against, I think you're keenly aware of what he said. But I think that there's some people who get to not know.
So what my point is that if this has happened to Charlie Kirk, and as Democrats have been saying, and most people, this is awful. No one should be, a victim of political violence. It's not acceptable. Democrats are saying that. Republicans are saying that. But if they weren't trying to rewrite history, the history of Charlie Kirk in this moment, the president ordering flags to be flown at half staff, the members of Congress petitioning for Charlie Kirk to have a state-like funeral. Now, I can't think of the Charlie Kirk, if there even is one on the left, what they would be saying if someone that they deemed, even if it was true or not, to be a racist or a bigot or didn't like Republicans or anti-right wing. I wonder what outrage and the level, the volume of the outrage would be on the right. Let me play this from Glenn Beck, and I want you to respond to it, TL. Here's Glenn Beck. He's a civil rights leader, he's saying.
We must stop calling Charlie anything other than a civil rights leader. We need to plant that stake deep. It is time that we point out that what he was doing was not politics. What he was doing was trying to stand up for people's civil rights, to show people how a civilization is not a civilization unless you can have a dialogue with people who are diametrically opposed to you, that don't believe anything that you believe in. And yet you can have a civil dialogue, and how important that is. That's our civil right, our right to free speech. And that gunman was trying to take that right away from him and from you and everyone else. Shut up. You will be silenced. You will not say those things. And there has been a force in this country to try to convince people that you don't have a right, that you have a responsibility to silence others. You don't. In this country, one of our main civil rights is we can express ourselves the way we feel we need to express ourselves. And I'm sorry, if you don't like it, you have to just take it and then say, I'd like to have a discussion with you on that. I'd like to know how you got there. I'd like to have the opportunity to argue against that. And you have that right to argue against it.
Okay. Listen, enough of Glenn Beck. He's not even he's missing the point here. Because folks are saying you can say whatever you want, but go on.
It's deliberate. That's ironic and very rich right now. People are being fired from their jobs because they're saying what Charlie Kirk actually said.
Now, I'll say this. When it comes to Charlie Kirk, sometimes the very energy that you put out and what it is that you get behind will overpower you. And when it comes to Charlie Kirk, he became collateral to the very type of world that he was advocating for. Even when we talk about his thoughts on the Second Amendment, he stated, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. And in his case, he became the nominee for that selected rationality. Now, it's not to sound insensitive, but in all reality, this is what he was fighting for. So when we're looking at the reality of what is, the very talking point that he stood behind, he ended up becoming the example of it. Now, when it comes to that conversation of his loved ones, his families, I believe that if you want to have the compassion for the family, you want to have those thoughts and prayers for his daughter who no longer will have her father with her, or, the family members that are grieving, I totally understand. I just wish at the same time, however, that people had that same compassion for the very groups that he always targeted. I wish people had that same compassion for the very people that he mocked after their death. That's where I'm at.
Folks, over the weekend, we have seen a whole lot of drama, lots of replaying or reimagining various things that Charlie Kirk said. Of course, he is the Right Wing Provocateur, co-founder of Turning Point USA, who was gunned down while speaking in Utah late last week. And there were lots of things happening over the weekend, and just it was amazing to actually watch these things unfold. You had many people on the right who are defending everything they had to say, saying, oh, this was a Christ-like man, never said anything hateful or bigoted against anybody. Here's the U.S. Senator from Oklahoma saying that very thing on CNN.
Senator, I want to start with you. You knew Charlie Kirk very well. You considered him a good friend.
Charlie was made such an impact in such a short period of time. I mean, you think about this guy. He entered somewhat of the limelight just short time ago, 12 years ago. And he built this following that is just almost unheard of. And at 31, his voice has already been silenced because someone didn't agree with his political views. Unfortunately, there was a commentary on MSNBC that came out last night that said, hateful thoughts bring hateful words, turns into hateful actions. And I'm just saying, what I'm saying that.
And he apologized.
He did apologize, but what I'm saying, what I'm trying to make a point is Charlie didn't ever say anything hateful. He would debate with you, but he would debate with you on either historical constitutional facts or on his biblical beliefs, but he didn't belittle anybody. He provided an opportunity for those with opposing views to have an opportunity to have a voice.
Okay, so Mark Wayne Mullin said he did not belittle anybody and didn't say any hateful things. Really? Utah Governor Spencer Cox, he said something similar. Listen to this.
I'm not saying we have to just sing Kumbaya and hold hands. What I'm saying is we actually should disagree. I think Charlie represented that better than anyone. Charlie said some very inflammatory things, and in some corners of the web, that's all people have heard. But he also said some other things about forgiveness. He said some amazing things about when things get dark, putting down our phones, reading scripture, going to church, talking to our neighbors. He said that we have to engage, and that's what I appreciate most about Charlie Kirk. Said if we don't keep talking, that's when the violence starts. Look, there are conflict entrepreneurs out there who benefit from radicalizing us, and I'm not one of those. I don't know that that's particularly helpful, but he is right at this. We need to find out how this happened, and we need to stop it from happening.
No, I do not value the life of someone who does not value the lives of other people simply because they're different. When the villain is defeated at the end of the movie, the audience claps for justice.
If that's what that does to a grown man's neck, then just imagine what it does to a child's body.
Maybe it's because I come from a place with consequences, but I ain't shocked by the Charlie Kirk shit at all. Where I'm from, right or wrong, if you do things that negatively impact other people's lives, there's a chance that could cost you your life. Like, say you put hands on your old lady. She goes back to her parents' house, beaten and bloody, and then her little brother sees it, decides he's had enough. He goes over to that house and he puts 3 in your chest. Ultimately, he's dead because the little brother decided to pull the trigger, but we're gonna act like the hillbilly didn't have no part to play in that? Or maybe it's because I'm on the side that has historically had all of the consequences heaped upon them. Like, we're the ones who always get assassinated. Harry T. Moore, Medgar Evers, Huey Long, Harvey Milk, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, the list goes on. None of them wanted to die. And to be sure, they died because someone came and pulled the trigger. They didn't make that decision. But we're going to act like that decision wasn't visited upon them because they decided to challenge the status quo, because they decided to negatively impact the ruling class? Now I've got a situation where I have an individual who has spent the last decade trying to strip the humanity away from everybody that he deemed lesser, out here impacting the lives of thousands, if not millions of people negatively, and I'm supposed to pretend like there are going to be no consequences. Again, whenever you do the type of things that impact, you don't know how you're impacting people's lives. You have no idea what your words or how they will affect somebody. We recognize this as leftists. I understand there's going to be people who don't like the shit that I have to say. It's cops right now who would love to put me in a bag. I get that. I go do it anyway because I believe that what I'm talking is worth dying for. I hope that Charlie Kirk feels the same, because whenever you get out here and you do the type of things that impact people negatively, you need to expect that those people you negatively impact are going to come visit consequences upon you. For right or wrong, it doesn't matter. In my world, that's the reality, and you should expect that it's going to come whether it does or not. I expect my retribution to come from the ruling class. Charlie Kirk is going to have to look out for it from every minority group that he's ever demonized. Moral of the story is, if you're going to be out here trying to impact people's lives negatively, you better believe in what the fuck it is you're fighting for.
On a more serious note, the reason that the worst people you know are on Facebook right now freaking out about empathy and children, father, wife, family, all of that is not because they're not okay with political violence. It's because this is the first time that they have ever been confronted with the fact that the political violence that they advocate for can happen to them.
This is going to be more of a brutal take than the vast majority of people on this issue, where Charlie Kirk was today, and I don't care at all, and that includes the family he left behind. I have absolutely no sympathy or empathy at all. These are people that repeatedly have no problem demonizing and making life harder for those that didn't have parents to grow up with, and that includes myself, man. They absolutely despise people that are homeless, that even just fell on hard times and everything and lost everything. They absolutely hate them.
I've been pointed out to me that you've posted some messages about Charlie Kirk on your Instagram, which we're going to show here. One is a post as a parody of a Jubilee debate. I'm doing one of these myself soon, titled Charlie Kirk versus Bullet. Can one bullet to the neck outsmart one conservative? Well, that was a short watch. Number 2 is a mocked up promotion poster called Kirk and Twerk at Neck of the Woods and hashtagged both Charlie Kirk and his widow. And the third was an image of a sunrise titled God Works in Mysterious Ways with the hashtag Charlie Kirk killing and praying hands as an emoji. And you're laughing as I show these. Why do you find this funny?
Well, let me just say that I actually am a big advocate for dark humor. And I happen to have gotten a bit of a taste of that over the last, I don't know, maybe decade or so when it came to the right and their memes of George Floyd. Happy birthday being sober for 5 years. When it came to their memes of Breonna Taylor, when it came to their memes of Trayvon Martin, the Trayvon challenge, right? When it came to their memes of Tamir Rice. So I don't know what the issue is. I think I'm engaging in the freedom of speech that the right has been advocating for these last 10 years and mocking and making light of Black Death, something that Charlie Kirk himself did time and time again.
I wasn't the biggest fan of Charlie Kirk. I certainly didn't agree with a lot of his stance on things racially within the Black community. I did, however, agree with his take on the transgender topic in terms of what is a woman? science versus feelings. That being said, the tragic part about all this is that we have arrived in a place in society where we are not allowed to have dialogue. And whether you agree or disagree, we should always keep the door open for dialogue, because through dialogue comes change.
Okay. Woo. I was gonna open one up and smoke one for this bozo, but he's not even worth me lighting it, bruh. He's not even worth me lighting one up. I want to get an accurate picture of where he is. There we go. That's more accurate. That's more accurate. Did y'all feel bad about Breonna Taylor? No. Do y'all feel bad about Willie McCoy, Elijah Schaefer? Huh? List goes on. Tamir Rice? Trayvon Martin? Now we gotta feel bad. Bad Lucas for not feeling bad. No. Did you have one black person do that when it came to George Floyd? And they were fucking mocking his death even till this day. So far that they're talking about, hey, Derek Chauvin should be pardoned. No. It's no fun when you start getting memes of a dead person. Right? How many memes have we seen of fucking George Floyd? And what do they say? What the fuck do they tell us when we say, hey, that is disrespectful? That is fucking evil. That is wicked. Black fragility. Oh, why are you guys so fragile? This is black fragility.
You know, folks, we're still learning about Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk's assassin. He was a 22-year-old white kid from Utah, from a Trump-supporting family. His grandmother came out and said they were all MAGA, they were all Trump supporters, and she was very confused as to why her grandson would do something like this, because everything that I've read about him, he was an extremely quiet kid, and people really didn't know where he stood on things. It doesn't matter, though. MAGA will continue to double down on their lie that this kid was left-leaning, even though The Guardian went back and retracted statements that they made about an individual who said they knew Tyler Robinson and that he leaned to the left. They retracted that and put out this statement. This article was updated on September 12th to remove quotes after the verified source who attended high school with Tyler Robinson said after publication that they could not accurately remember the details of their relationship.
You may have never witnessed a step and fetch it exploitation black minstrel show, right? Probably never saw it. You never saw such thing. The closest thing you can get to it now, this guy right here, Jason Whitlock. Real talk, Jason Whitlock is taking Christianity. It just molded it. Christianity. He's taking Christianity and molded it. A lot of these people that are talking now that say they love Charlie hated Charlie.
That boy Charleston White done gone too far, man. He done bit the hand that feeds him. You never do that. Video. Charleston White finally got canceled after disrespecting Charlie Kirk.
Now it seems like he crossed the line and made white people mad. And he talked disrespectfully about Charlie Kirk's death.
Why no motherfucking white boy died?
Which has become a nationally divisive topic.
We have to stop pretending that it's just a violence problem in America. This was a political assassination by the left.
By the left? It's one guy. Why are they saying by the left like it was the Democrats that sent? This is one crazy nigga that grew up Mormon and possibly was on the spectrum, okay, and fell down some weird rabbit hole in university or in college. That's who this guy is. He's not the left. Kamala Harris didn't send this nigga. Obama did not send this nigga. You know what I'm saying?
The most prominent and important young voice in conservative America. That's what happened.
And now Charleston White is facing real scrutiny and more backlash than he ever has in his career.
There you go. He spells it out for you. Charleston White says, I don't give a fuck about a white man dying. Laughing. You saw the video. Sniped in the neck.
Is Nico being serious right now? Is this like serious?
Blood gushing everywhere. Immediately goes to social media to show himself laughing and making a joke about it. Now what? Is he gonna, white people who collab with him, are you gonna...
I know white man die. No motherfucking white boy die.
They think I about a white boy being by another white boy. I don't give a fuck about no white boy die. I give a fuck about no Peckerwood getting shot. I don't give a fuck about no white boy getting killed. His kids. They give a fuck about that white boy kid. They probably autistic. I mean, fuck that white boy. It is white babies.
Jeez.
About no white boy. White on white crime. I don't give a fuck about white on white crime. White people don't care about black on black crime.
Yeah,
that white
that's
boy.
right.
In his deal.
Black people, you know, white people love talking about black on black crime, but they don't want to do shit to help. Yeah, they're only bringing it up to try and make black people look bad.
So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
That's what was just...
One of the guys out there just said it was confirmed that he's dead.
In the lobby was just...
I've been looking. I haven't seen anything that said confirmed.
Whoa.
Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't align.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Dead? Yep.
Rest in peace.
We're in
Fuck.
Fox News.
Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
Do they even have a suspect?
I don't know. I'm literally trying to track it all on Twitter, and it's all...
Fuck. Nobody deserves it. He doesn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
So were you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it?
Mm-hmm.
What was their take?
I mean, I'm literally just reading Twitter, so I didn't see the video. I just saw people talking about tweets of it. I'll pull it up, though. Let's see.
Fuck.
And even now, they could have taken it down.
It was a tweet or a video?
I'm doing the show while I'm trying to figure it out.
Right, no, I understand.
I think they were live on the air, and people clipped what they were talking about. It's not a tweet. It's not on their Twitter account or anything.
So it's someone's hot take.
I think so. Live in the moment.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take is that. What was the take, that they deserved it?
That's why I didn't want to pair.
Right.
Here you go. Dave Portnoy reposted it.
You found it? All right, here. Put it.
It's only 10 seconds.
Which a shooting like this happens.
You can put the headphones on. You can hear.
Yeah, and again, I emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was the supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about.
That's what the crazy thing was.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, if it was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration.
What? Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed him.
You shoot celebration guns in the air.
Oh, God.
Just,
what a crazy take. Like, it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion.
Huh.
Fuck.
I'm having fun. Baby on it. Didn't nobody shoot me on a college campus. That's why they staffed them white folk campus. Had he been to an HBCU, they just would have recorded it.
See, when he was talking about Gilly the Kid's son in this exact same manner, all of Charleston White's white friends that like to exploit him so he can be, a sellout and just make black people look bad and say bad things about black people, they had no problem with that. They had no problem with the things that he said in regards to Gilly the Kid's son. But, okay, they have a problem with this, though? Interesting.
Well, speaking of the events of the world, you are in Pennsylvania, as you know, earlier this year, the governor's mansion, the subject of an arson attack, the tragedy in Minnesota back in June, the horrific murder in Utah of a conservative activist. Are we at an inflection point in our country? Where are we today?
Well, we are certainly at an inflection point, not just around political violence, but there are a host of larger trends that we have to be concerned about. I think it is important for us at the outset to acknowledge that political violence is not new. It has happened at certain periods in our history. But it is something that it is anathema to what it means to be a democratic country. And regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, what happened to Charlie Kirk was horrific and a tragedy. What happened, as you mentioned, to the state legislators in Minnesota, that is horrific. It is a tragedy.
And for once in his life, it seemed like he started to feel the heat, because even people that he actually listens to, and I guess is friends with, like Aiden Ross, reach out to him to check him about his comments.
We're humans, bro. We're all human beings at the end of the day. It's like, how uncivil are we going to get? What's it going to take? Like, and that's why I told Charleston today, I called Charleston, I didn't like what he said. I said, Charleston, the same exact people that are cheering on for Charlie Kirk passing away and celebrating are the same ones that would be happy if you died.
Charleston White don't give a fuck about that. He ain't worried about what people think about him, clearly.
Buckle up, folks, because today's story isn't about a quiet debate or some polite exchange of ideas. Nope. This is about receipts. And when I say receipts, I don't just mean screenshots or one-off quotes. I'm talking about centuries of Christian tradition, moral teaching, and lived experience. And the people pulling them out? Not academics in ivory towers or internet trolls hiding behind avatars. They're Christians. Real Christians. Pastors, theologians, and everyday believers who finally had enough of watching faith get hijacked by politics. And the target? None other than Charlie Kirk, the conservative firebrand who built his career mixing political ideology with religion until the two were almost unrecognizable.
Jesus rejects Christian nationalism, and the Bible's very clear about that. Jesus is not a mascot. He's a liberator of the oppressed. He reaches out to the most vulnerable. This is biblical. This is the gospel. This is real. And if we're going to follow Jesus, we need to follow him as the liberator of the oppressed, not as a mascot. I don't care how many crosses we route around our necks, right? I don't know how many times we've got flags waving at the same time and all that. Jesus rejected that outright in Nazareth. He rejected it numerous times. He rejected it when he came into Jerusalem on a donkey, said, I'm not going to be that kind of leader. Period.
Because his ideas and his beliefs differed from somebody else. That he's dead at the age of 31. That his wife is a widow. That his children are fatherless. Because his ideas and his beliefs differed from somebody else.
You know, there are a lot of people that are fatherless. And there are a lot of people that are widowed. Because somebody was walking down the street and somebody got pissed off. Because somebody had on the chain somebody wanted. I'm just saying. I mean, when we had these conversations and people doing all this, they're only doing it because it's Charlie, man. Dog. A month ago, I saw a brother get unalived on a live stream. He hadn't put out a bunch of content calling black people names, or white people, or Jews, or anybody. Native Americans, LGBTQ, nothing. He wasn't degrading people, nothing. You know what he was doing? He was sitting in his car, broad daylight, shooting a video.
So it's really just black people who are angry about the death of Charlie Kirk. Let's see what these brothers and sisters have to say, right? Here's Rampage Jackson.
Charlie Kirk died. It's sad for having an opinion about things. The guy went to colleges and was having opinions.
Right.
Took where we live in. That's a true animal.
Yeah, man, it's truly very horrible it's reflective of where we are as a society, the health of our society. Truly, this person, whoever did this, they should be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
To be locked up in a cage. He don't have a frontal lobe.
So, first I'm going to say, praying for his family, and praying for his wife, his children, everyone around him. The second thing I'm going to say, these are really politically...
Yeah, and that's real. You know, when this first happened, and you can watch my video that I posted yesterday, right when it happened, you can actually see me learn in real time that Charlie Kirk had been assassinated. You could see the sheer shock and disbelief that I experienced. But what you didn't see, I didn't play for you, was the emotional roller coaster that I experienced afterwards. Like, there was a portion of time, right? A short portion of time where I truly was sad as someone who disagreed passionately with pretty much every position that he has. I believe this man was a bigot. I believe this man was spreading very harmful and very just terrible ideas.
Dramatic, the invasion of the country. We're going to talk more about that. We're going to talk about how the other side has openly admitted that this is about bringing in voters that they want and they like, and honestly diminishing and decreasing white demographics in America. We're going to say that part out loud because so many people in the corporate media are afraid to talk about it.
They don't know nothing about stoning gay people, which is something he said.
Is in Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
They don't know anything about this whole idea that people dying, innocent people dying from gun violence every year is worth the current status quo in regards to how America treats arming the public.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
That's something he said. They don't know no shit about that. They just see their daddy. You know what I'm saying? That's all they know. And now daddy ain't coming home no more. And so that made me sad, man. So condolences to his family.
I personally have a big problem with people that are celebrating him being killed. I don't have a big deal if somebody says I don't like him or I never liked him or something like that. But for the people that are celebrating for him being killed, advocating for future violence, and saying that it's a good thing, I think that's what crosses the line for me. And I think that's what crosses the line for any reasonable, normal person.
Hi, Dean. I don't know if you know this or not, but a lot of us are black or in other minority groups. So if it was the 1940s, Charlie Kirk and his supporters would lynch the f out of all our asses. So no, unfortunately, we cannot give him any empathy for the shit that he has said and done while he was living. Sorry. And you know, maybe empathy would be a thing that I could give him if I could get over the fact that he said that slavery and segregation shouldn't have been abolished. I don't know. Doesn't really seem like he gave people that look like my black ass any empathy. And you know, maybe through time my opinions will change, but as of right now today, I think the fuck not. And you know, Dean, it really pains me to be the one to bust your fucking bubble, but you've never cried for children that have died of genocide. You've never cried for children that have died in school shootings. You've never cried for people that were gunned down innocently by the hands of crooked police officers. So that's crazy. You can cry for a man that pushed that amount of hate, but you're supposed to be progressive. Funny, but not funny, haha. And you know, I hate to be that girl, but like, it's kind of weird how you sit on your page every day pretending how you're progressive, but didn't understand how that comment was full of privilege. That's crazy.
Man, I'm glad a black man ain't do that to Charlie Kirk, because that would have triggered a whole race war.
Also, don't ever let a white American tell you that violence is never the answer.
That's a wrong message from a wronger messenger.
Charlie Kirk did not lose his life because of a difference of opinion. He lost his life because of a gun. His death certificate is not going to say difference of opinion. And y'all can stop trying to gaslight people by saying if you're anti-gun violence, then you should be anti-gun violence all the time. We are. We never said that we were okay with gun violence. What we said was he died for what he was advocating for. And if he had advocated for stricter gun laws, he might still be here right now. Now, is there a high likelihood that the person behind the gun had a difference of opinion than him? Sure, but I'm gonna keep reminding y'all that he said that was a risk he was willing to take.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it.
Or did he mean that he only thought it was worth it if it didn't impact him and his family? Because many of us know people who don't have parents because of gunshots. Shit hit different when it's close to home, don't it? And y'all want people to feel empathy for him, but he didn't feel any empathy for the families who lost their children due to mass shootings at schools. He thought that they were a casualty of war and that it was worth it. And no, I don't feel bad for his wife, because you married someone who thought it was okay for people to die so that everyone else could have guns. You married him. Listen, y'all ain't fooling nobody by trying to change the narrative.
So black folks are pulling out receipts, and this time the irony is sharp enough to draw blood. Charlie Kirk, the conservative youth agitator who made his career out of mocking systemic violence, just became a headline that reads like the punchline of a joke he never thought would land on him. Mid-speech at Utah Valley University, Kirk is hit by a sniper's bullet from a rooftop. A clean shot straight to the neck. Chaos erupts, students scream, security panics, and the 31-year-old man who once sneered at black suffering as playing victim is now a victim himself. And just like that, the irony writes itself. Conservative media, of course, is scrambling into martyr mode. Fox News banners flare with attack on free speech. Republican politicians trip over themselves to declare Kirk a hero who died defending conservative values. The think pieces pile up. Kirk as a fallen warrior in America's culture wars, another body laid at the altar of political division. But Black America? Different channel, different soundtrack.
But shout out to Charlie Kirk for being dead though, fam. Like, shout out to him for spending his last moments bleeding from his neck, struggling to breathe, as he once again tried to make the problems in America the fault of black people. Y'all, I'm so glad that that's what that was doing in his last moments, because that really showed what type of person he was. Bro, and all of you on here with this performative empathy, I'm being graceful by saying that y'all have performative empathy for this, bro. I'm seeing crackers on this whole cry about Charlie Kirk. You are a you I ain't gonna lie, boy. Charlie Kirk ain't never did shit good on this whole entire life. Talking about it's dark when people will kill you for what you say. Well, where the y'all been? This is America, duh. This is now white people is getting it. You would have been got killed for what you say in America. Now it's just happening to white people. So now y'all acting like we barreling towards a civil war. Toes, boy. Charlie Kirk. His wife. Anybody who love him. Boy, hell no. Everybody waiting for Trump to die, and I feel like that's only part of the story, bro. We too often ignore all of the people who laid the groundwork and like altered people's minds to the point where they thought that Trump was gonna be a savior for them. You know what I'm saying? What that most deaf say, the world is overrun with the wealthy and the wicked, but God is sufficient of disposing of affairs. You know what I'm saying? One day you might wake up and God might be sending one of them boys to hell, bro. So just keep on keeping on, y'all.
Charlie Kirk's kids are now better off. Their lives just got improved. But anyways, I actually wanted to make this video to say that I have lost a friend of 5 years, which genuinely blows my mind. I am shocked, but I'll also say I don't mind losing friends over stuff like this, because when I do, it feels like my life is getting cleaner. Like, I don't really want to be friends with somebody that has any empathy for white supremacists. I'm not saying you need to enjoy their death, or you need to pray for their death, or you need to wish harm on people. But when you see a white supremacist die and you're like, man, I really feel bad for that white supremacist and his white supremacist family, but then you don't speak on any of the other horrors going on in the world, that says a lot about you, and I want that person to get out of my life. Like, bye-bye.
Charlie Kirk is dead. Timelines are on fire. Tributes on one side, memes on the other, conspiracy theories bubbling up, and receipts flying everywhere. White folks are digging up old clips, resurfacing his most controversial takes, and stamping them with one clear message: don't rewrite this man's history.
It's not really helpful for the tone and tenor of the radicalization of our country right now. We've seen time and time again over the last year how people of the trans community have been blamed for a whole host of things. And so I think that putting that out there, and if you look online like I do, you see a lot of people picking that up on the far right. They're looking to demonize and blame trans people. It's not helpful.
Just to be clear, I mean, just law enforcement people, I don't think we know the meaning of his message. We know his history.
Bella Ciao is an anti-fascist thing. It says fascists catch this.
Then I'll give you his history.
about?
Then I'll give you his history, right? Think about his history. His history, but this is not the.
Why are we debating that? This is what I'm
that's why I
talking
wanted to tell you. This was my point, not
understanding.
yours. This was my point, not yours. The point is, who cares?
A kid. This is probably his first real relationship, and somebody was disparaging the person that he loved. He sat on that building for 30 minutes before he took the shot. Why did he wait until the first word trans came up? Then he took the shot.
You think he heard it? He could hear it?
I think he could hear it. I think he also, I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle.
So let me just start by asking you, I presume you condemn and were horrified by what happened to Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely. I was on the air, Pierce, when it all happened. I got emotional. The first thing I thought about were his kids and his family. This is not only bad for Charlie Kirk, obviously, and bad for his family. It's bad for America. And I also feel for everybody that was traumatized, that was there that day, that had to see that. Now, with that being said, of course, I didn't agree with basically anything that Charlie Kirk stands for. But with that being said, anybody that's celebrating his death, I think that's despicable and it's disgusting. And I've called that out, and I've been very consistent on my opinions since day one. If there's one thing that me and Charlie Kirk certainly agreed on, it's civil discourse and having political debate. I enjoy doing this show, Pierce, and I enjoy having respectful discussions with people that I disagree with. So this is a horrible, horrible situation. We could never condone political violence, no matter what side of the aisle it comes from.
Why have so many people on the far left, the woke left, been so brazen in their gleeful celebration of what happened to Charlie Kirk?
Well, my response to that, number one, is I'm not on the far left, so I certainly don't speak for them, but there's people on both sides of the aisle. I know Republicans don't want to hear that, but there are crazy lunatics on both sides of the aisle that celebrate really horrible things that happen to people in America. I don't agree with them. And if you're on the far left or the far right and you celebrate anybody getting murdered, then there's something wrong with you. And I don't feel bad for any of those people that were fired for celebrating his death. I think it's disgusting. Now, if you're just talking about him and saying, well, he wasn't a good guy, here's why I didn't like him, here are some of his quotes that he said in the past, I don't think you should be fired for that. I think there's a way to call out political violence and say Charlie Kirk didn't deserve this. I feel for his family, but I didn't like Charlie Kirk and I didn't like what he stood for. I think you could make both points respectfully.
Democrats play the game and Republicans play a game. This is part of your game. Democrats pretend like they care about black people when they don't. And you pretend to hate black people when you don't. Bars!
I bet you his dad was a Trump supporting conservative. And I bet you he raised a good kid. And that kid used to go shooting with him, hunting with him. That kid was getting straight A's in school, well-mannered, and probably why he got a scholarship, and then went to school and got indoctrinated.
Yeah, see, he goes off into Tatum. He's talking about Tyler, the one who was allegedly, who's been a suspect for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And he's saying these things. This is what he knows. He knows this to be true. And he's almost correct. He's almost correct. But it appears he's wrong about a major part of this. And that is, his family's right wing. You're right. But he didn't move to the left. He moved to the right. Yeah, the white moved to the right. And someone say the true right. Officer Tatum and Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens and all these people, they're just phonies. These guys are phonies. They use anti-blackness in order to develop a following and so that they can move to the center. And for some people, it just ain't working. That's it. This is not working for them. They use anti-blackness to build a following with bigots, to build up their numbers so the numbers are compressive, so they can move to the center and rock with the Republicans. Officer Tatum is trying to do that right now as they try to consolidate power, try to fill the shoes of Charlie Kirk. He will not be successful, no matter how much he blubbers and complains and threatens to beat up people who talk bad about Charlie. It will not work. You still black, Tatum. Listen when I tell you. I'm telling you some good shit, Tatum. You are black, sir. You ain't gonna succeed Charlie. His wife ain't gonna put you in a hit or nothing. You can work security. You can play the drums. Before we go any further, let me let you know the Tim Black Wolfpack is dedicated, committed, 10 toes down to reporting the truth, unbiased, and not working for any political party. If that sounds good to you, go to jointimblack.com, become a member of the Tim Black Wolfpack. It will not work. You still black, Tatum. Listen when I tell you. I'm telling you some good shit, Tatum. You are black, sir. You ain't gonna succeed Charlie. His wife ain't gonna put you in a hit or nothing. You can work security. You can play the drums.
I'm not saying that that's true, but there's a huge sentiment in my mind that that's what happens. These people at these universities, there needs to be consequences for indoctrination, not education, but indoctrination. That means that when you're in the classroom and you're supposed to be talking about math, you should be talking about math. Math teachers shouldn't be talking about politics. You at school to teach. I went to one of my son's school in Washington State. Thank God he don't live there no more. Washington State, go in the classroom, math teacher got...
And see, this is what I'm telling you, folks. As you listen to him talk, other than trying to be abrasive, other than being abrasive, other than being loud, and look, I'm not somebody that's going to complain about you being loud. Look, that would be hypocritical as hell. But what I'm saying is, what he's saying is really not crazy. What he's saying is not racist or not whatever, because he's already said those parts. When he starts talking about other stuff, he just sounds like a Republican. That's because he is. He is. And when he cools out after dumping on black people to get approval, he starts sounding like any old Republican that you'll hear from. Of course, he's going to be a little bit more brash because he tries to be the black one. That's more threatening, more blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? He trying to do that amongst a bunch of white people. So they can say, you the man, Tatum. You the man. It's funny. We got a cop threatening to beat people up if they talk bad about Charlie. That's perfect. That's perfect. And nothing better. That's a perfect example to demonstrate what I'm talking about when I criticize cops. You're going to threaten the internet. And then you know damn well all the trolls going to do is troll you and say negative things about Charlie just to do it. I don't know Charlie as a person, but any person that says my wife or my mother or my sister or my daughters, because of the color of their skin, they lack the ability to ascend. I take that personal. I take it personal enough to criticize them, not to get violent. What's there to get violent about? But I can criticize that all day. I'm a content creator. I have a mic just like you do. If he didn't want me to be upset about it, he didn't want me to comment on it, he didn't want me to have a retort for it, he shouldn't have said it. And if you felt so strongly that he should say it, or if you agree with it, that's fine. If you agree with it, that's fine. We disagree with it over here. I disagree with it. And black people had nothing to do with what happened to him. Nothing at all. We disagree with the shit he was saying about us. We weren't sitting around talking about him. What are you thinking about him? He's over there thinking about us. He's over those colleges. He's at white universities around 95% white people talking about ninjas. And got your dumb ass over there with him. And he's saying this to benefit us. Why didn't he go to Spelman with that? Since he didn't mean nothing by it. He trying to help us. Your best friend because he puts you on. It's a lot of people he put on. He put a lot of money in a lot of black people's hands, didn't he? He only had to the whole black community to do it. Guess it's an evil trade if you're a sellout. You ain't the only black man I seen come up. He helped me out. He really hooked me up. He did this for me, boss. He was good to me. Are these house Negroes running up? Meanwhile, he's selling other families off and splitting them up. Meanwhile, he lynching other people, Meanwhile, he's sending the house on other black folks, but he helped you, he let you stay in a big house. So he good for you. If he was racist, would he have helped me? He did what he needed to do. He put a battery in the back of a bunch of bigots on some anti-blackness in order to get to make his company rise, his organization to grow. He played the game. That's the game. You can't tell somebody that's here who knows the game that that's not part of the game. You play the game too. Democrats play the game and Republicans play a game. This is part of your game. Democrats pretend like they care about black people when they don't. And you pretend to hate black people when you don't. Bars.
As a matter of fact, I would argue that if Charlie Kirk, instead of focusing his time on black culture and black on black crime, if he had spent a modicum of his time focusing on the white youth, that perhaps he would still be with us today.
Are you pleased he's dead?
No, absolutely not.
So how did you feel about his murder?
I don't think.
How did you feel about his murder?
How do I feel about his murder?
Yeah.
Well, I think a quote by a great author sums up the sentiment of millions of Americans around the world. And that is, some cause happiness wherever they go, others when they go. And I think that's a sentiment that is palpable amongst many Americans around the world due to the hate and vitriol and bile that Charlie Kirk sowed. So I think there was a pastor
just to be clear, unless I misheard you, then you are happy he died.
No, I don't think as far as happiness is an emotion that
you literally just read me a quote which implies you're happy. You talked about some people's death bring happiness.
The purpose of the quote was to say that there are some people who have caused harm and death and turmoil to other groups of people, such as Charlie Kirk, whether it's black people, whether it's, trans people.
No, I heard the quote,
but
just to be clear, you said that the quote ends in that their death brings happiness, but you've denied that you were happy. But when you tell me a quote
I don't disagree that
when you tell me a quote like that, I presume from that quote you're implying that actually you are happy he died because he deserved it. He had it coming.
No, not at all. I don't think those are ever words that I've ever mentioned verbatim ever. I think there is a sentiment that when someone who lives their life in evil and wickedness, according to the scripture, the power of life and death is in your tongue. And the hate and the vile and the venom that he spewed, I don't know what to tell you. As the scripture says, as he professed, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. I think his focus should have been on a community that, clearly is in problem. That I find it interesting that there's more scrutiny on people who may make memes that they've done of George Floyd and other black victims than on the white male youth that did this tragedy, as some would call it.
MAGA country now sits in fear and shock. That's not an exaggeration, not some overblown headline cooked up by the fake news. No, this time the panic is real, because what unfolded in the MAGA universe has shaken the movement right to its core.
We have breaking news right now. The civil war that was previously scheduled has now been canceled due to the shooter being demographically uncooperative. Maybe next time.
We have some big news right now. According to the Daily Beast, Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old man arrested in connection with the shooting of Charlie Kirk, comes from a family that is proudly MAGA, according to his own grandmother. Debbie Robinson, who's his grandmother, spoke with the Daily Mail today, and this was cited by the Daily Beast, where she told the publication that her son, Robinson's dad, was a Republican for Trump. She went on to say, quote, "Most of my family members are Republican. I don't know any single one who's a Democrat." She went on to say that she's very confused, that Tyler was a shy person, that he's never spoken about politics at all. And now obviously he can have differing views from his family, and we're still going to get more information about that over the coming hours, days, and weeks.
Charlie Kirk was gunned down, and immediately MAGA country went wild. They did exactly what everyone expected. They pointed outward. Liberals, black communities, immigrants, anyone who could fit the role of enemy number one. Social feeds burned with rage. Influencers screamed, "This means war." Politicians promised vengeance. The script wrote itself. But now, as the story develops, MAGA is realizing the killer isn't who they swore it would be. He's not black. He's not Latino. He's not a liberal activist. He is a 22-year-old white man, born into a Republican Christian family. One of their own. The mole wasn't outside the gates. The mole is inside.
So let me get this straight. He has a cop for a dad. His entire family is Republican. They all fucking donate to Trump routinely. Raised in Utah. Mormon. Has a Groiper Halloween costume.
And he's not trans, he's not black, and he's not Muslim, and he's not a blue-haired libtard. How do you think the right's going to deal with this? Because the last 2 days, they have been saying they're preparing for war because they assigned blame to them, the left. What do you think they're going to do? I think they're going to just roll with it and still blame it on the left somehow, and use this as this inflection point to try and start their little war with themselves, basically.
Anyone on the right that was ready to go to war with the left over the Charlie Kirk situation, I'm going to leave my comment section open for apologies now that we know that the shooter was a 22-year-old white Christian male.
He was even more right-wing than Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was taken out because he was not a big enough fascist for them. The man who celebrated the death of a 6-year-old girl who was shot 355 times was not a bad enough person for them.
The shooter was trans. The shooter was a liberal. Actually, it says here he was a white cis male who came from a Republican family who loved guns, and his dad was a police officer. We should pray for him. Yes, Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for him. Please join me in raising your hand.
See, when news first broke out about Charlie's assassination, MAGA went insane and declared war on liberals and the black community before a suspect was even named.
You mother animals!
Charlie Kirk is dead. He got shot at an event that he was hosting in Utah, and I am sad, distraught. In fact, I just cried on my live stream in front of 250,000 people.
I think the days of setting those mics up and arguing with young adults on a college campus where nobody wants you, I think those days are over. I don't think it was ever a good idea to do that, but especially now, I think those days are over.
Oh, cheering because he just got offed? You do know what this means, right? And this is my third video about it because I literally cannot believe y'all. You mother happy that that man got shot. He's a social media creator at the end of the day, nothing else.
Listen, don't be like these y'all and be celebrating nobody getting like shot on camera. That man got kids. I don't give a what he said. That got kids, bro. That's a father.
I'm gonna keep it a stack, bro. I need to be honestly educated before I speak on anything. I did hear that he got assassinated, though. Rest in peace to anybody that gets assassinated. All lives are precious.
I looked at some of the comments from the video, and they're not worried about like my safety, or they're not worried about anyone's safety there. They're like trying to justify it. And I just want people to know that Charlie's family, his daughter, is gonna live without a dad.
Imagine being a 12-year-old, watching your dad die. Nobody deserves that. Not even Charlie Kirk.
At the recording of this video, it's going to be a little over 24 hours since Charlie Kirk got assassinated on that Utah campus. And to be honest with you, as I consume more and more of the landscape of what's going on in the nation, on social media, and really worldwide, I can only think to myself that this is something that is extremely unprecedented. I'm seeing awards after death. I'm seeing calls for flags to be flown at half-mast for a civilian. And I'm even seeing Steak and Shake talk about how beloved he was was as a man, which Steak and Shake, your burgers were mid at best. I'm seeing sports organizations like the Yankees and the Packers give some sort of moment of silence or remembrance for Charlie Kirk. And I'm sorry, there's a lot of stuff that I just don't understand about this conversation, and maybe somebody through this video can help me understand it all. Something that was pointed out to me in a TikTok that I was consuming while I was researching this video is that people aren't even saying that Charlie Kirk was a controversial figure or divisive or said things that a lot of people didn't agree with, something along those lines. And based off of all the clips that I've seen of him, he said some pretty out-of-pocket things.
Truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being. This,
without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
Though, is this woke stuff that would like take your breath away? I mean, research into transgender mice. I mean, it was just the U.S. taxpayer dollars should be funding that.
See, I called that out on my show. That was it wasn't transgender. See, that worries me about you, Charlie. You seem to have swallowed that one whole like a snake does a mouse without looking into it. It was transgenic mice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, everybody, a lot of people are going to be saying happy Juneteenth. It should not be a federal holiday, and I'm on my way to work. Have a good day.
I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that? And the data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil.
Because of DEI, it begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? It almost creates thought patterns that are not necessarily. No one really cares when it's HR managers. No one cared when it was, just kind of paper shufflers or even engineers. But now when it's like, wait, hold on a second. You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian.
And so the thing where I really draw the line is when people start to rewrite history. Right? We're now coming into this realm where people are giving this man sainthood and talking about all of this that he fought for. And I'm like, fought for? Really? All right, and when we're talking about the things that he fought for, who did it actually benefit? Because if we want to have that honest conversation, at the end of the day, this was a racist white man who was fighting to ensure that his ideologies and beliefs became power and law, that they became reality. The society that he envisioned did not include most of us. The society that he envisioned included white men and some white women who were happy shutting up and taking a back seat. Everybody else, you are out of luck. You're not a part of that vision. And so, for some reason, when I kept hearing everybody say, oh, I can't believe this happened simply because of a simple disagreement or a difference of political opinion, I said, wait, whoa, there's nothing simple about the things that he was doing. And when we want to talk about political opinion, I think what people are missing is that there's a conversation when it comes to the element of power. So let's just break this down. When we're talking political opinion, understand that you need to put focus on the term politics. What is politics? The activities associated with the governance of a country or other area, especially the debate or conflict among individuals or parties having or hoping to achieve power. Assembling a coalition of supporters and advocates that actively fight for oppressive policy and ideologies to become reality is not simply a difference of political opinion. That's a movement. And movements all have one end goal, right? Where the thing that they are fighting for becomes reality. That's what the goal of the movement is, to make it reality, to make it become law, to make it become real. And that movement doesn't die when that thing comes into fruition. That movement just evolves and transforms into authority. And so it's more than just a simple difference of political opinion, right? I think people are misconstruing and trying to make opinions interchangeable with a movement. Remember, an opinion is just an opinion until somebody starts to act on it, until there's some action behind it, where now there is an actual driver, there's a charge, there's a mission, there's a goal that people are trying to attain. And for Charlie Kirk and his following, it is white nationalism, cementing the ideals of white nationalism through white supremacy and force, if it has to be that, against everybody else who stands in the way of what it is that they're fighting for. That is not an opinion. And again, if this was just a simple political opinion, why is it that when we didn't even know who the shooter was, the first group that was targeted were black folks? HBCUs, first thing out of the gate, right? Here come all of these threats. All these HBCUs have to cancel classes or go into lockdown mode because, again, his followers are pissed off that he's no longer here, and the first group they go after are black folks. That shows you that, again, there's a movement, there is something that is there. And it's because, again, the idea of an HBCU is a threat to white nationalism. There aren't even any HBCUs in Utah. Do you know how racist you gotta be for an event to take place in Utah and you go and threaten a school 2,200 miles away because that's how much rage and hate you have in your heart? Let alone there's barely any black folks in the state of Utah. God bless the 2% of y'all that live there, all right? It's a population of about 40,000 in a state of 3.5 million. God bless the black folks who live over there right now.
The black constituents, or one of the black representatives, you know, it's their language that is, they're galvanizing people. Let me get this straight. Hold on. Where? Hold on. All the DEI shit, bro. Let me get this straight. Let's listen. Let's sit back and watch him. Listen.
And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits, or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Rest in piss, bozo. Rest in piss, bozo, you racist piece of shit. Yeah, I don't care. You're absolutely right. I don't care. Don't care. Cry over it. I don't care. Don't y'all, wouldn't they say you getting triggered? Are the white ignorants getting triggered? Is that what's happening? Y'all getting triggered? Huh? Is this what fragility looks like? Is this what fragility looks like? Get the fuck out of my face. Get the fuck out of my face.
Got shot in the fucking neck. That was the last bastion. I can't be a liberal no fucking more. You see the fucking comments? I hope the gun is okay. The same fucking people asking for moral decency. I cannot in good faith align myself with you guys anymore. I once had a headache. You'll be alright. Cause you don't agree with him politically?
Now, here's the thing. This guy was never a liberal. This guy's not progressive. He was always on the right. This guy has always identified with that side of the spectrum. Why? How many conservatives become liberals after a black person is shot, or after a school shooting, or after people don't abandon their ideologies, their morals, their values, their principles because of the actions of one deranged person who happened to identify with some portion of your ideology.
Okay, whatever happens next, in retaliation, whoever did that shit, I hope they throw the whole fucking book at you.
Yeah, this guy deserves, I mean, if they had the death penalty in Utah, he would deserve the death penalty. You don't go around fucking killing people, guy. This is not how, first of all, on a metaphysical level, this shit is beyond backwards and stupid. Anything you desperately try to obtain escapes you. This is not living from the end. The person who ever conducted this is living in a reality where they feel as if Charlie Kirk and people like him are standing in the way of them living the life they want to live today, or living in the world they want to live in today. This is not living from the end. This is living in the illusion. And so that person, all he did was push it in the other direction. But more than that, he committed a heinous crime and deserves to be punished by the greatest extent of the law.
That you stand for goes out the fucking window. Who's next? Candace Owens? Take that shit as a warning. Stop doing the fucking public panels, bro. Stop doing all that. Oh, what do you think about him? These people are fucking insane. Oh, well, both sides are... No, these people are fucking insane. Dude, things are gonna get very... Do not speak politics at all in public. Do not do that shit. These people are fucking unwell.
That video that's on my Twitter now is absolutely just, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. When I first saw that video, I thought it was AI. He's got a family, he's got a wife, he's got children.
Democrats say that
Yeah, no, it was tragic, man.
Trump is starting a civil war, but they're the only ones that are making violent threats and having violent protests. And
What do you call January 6th?
So this clip is taken from a press conference given by the Utah governor. There were also some notable law enforcement personnel that were present. Behind them is FBI Director Kash Patel. This is right after they caught the shooter of Charlie Kirk. This governor said something, and I like to call it the wake-up call to the dum-dums.
And for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
I want everybody to focus closely on Kash Patel's face. Kash Patel obviously is of Middle Eastern descent. I'm not sure where he's from. Notice the look on his face as the white supremacist Utah Jazz governor lets him know, lets the whole world know, we wish it was somebody else. Because we were hoping, I was hoping and praying it wasn't going to be one of us white bread, farm bred people. Now check it out.
I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for.
Look at Kash Patel's reaction, son. You see his eyes? You see how angry he got for a second? For a second, he remembered, oh shit, they talking about me. Before we go any further, let me let you know, the Tim Black Wolfpack is dedicated, committed, 10 toes down to reporting the truth, unbiased, and not working for any political party. If that sounds good to you, go to jointimblack.com, become a member of the Tim Black Wolfpack. Yeah, they talking about me. That's what they talking about. I'm who they're talking about. Or people that look like me. Yeah, Kash, they talking about you. You, Red Dot. They talk about you, brother. They don't like you. They didn't like you because you're the FBI director. Nobody wants problems. Neither do I. And we know the FBI loves to give people problems. But see, Kash Patel, his reaction was that of a natural reaction. He didn't have time to fake it. He didn't like what he heard come out of the mouth of the Utah governor, who said, hey, at first it was okay. It was like, look, I was hoping it's somebody from out of state. Why not just leave it there? That's good. You want it to be somebody outside your state. You like to say, my state has good people. We don't shoot people. So that's dumb because they have shootings in Utah. That's a dumb thing to say. But then to say, hey, I wish it was somebody else from somewhere else. You know, like black or Asian or Hispanic or migrant, immigrant or Muslim or trans. Folks, any other person, any other type of people they can make it be. They would be happy with that. That's what you got to know about these.
Riley, what is your view of what you've been hearing?
I mean, honestly, like, it makes me feel tearful. Like, I have experienced all of the emotions over the past week. It has been, to the day, 7 days. I think initially starting with total shock and disbelief and honestly confusion. I've been so blessed in my life to not have been surrounded by death much in my family. I haven't lost really anyone close to me. Charlie was a friend, a mentor of mine. He's who ultimately I attribute to giving me my voice, the platform that I have. I attribute that to Turning Point USA, to Charlie Kirk. So to lose a friend like that, like I have gone through all the emotions, but to sit here today and listen to the discussions that we have seen, I think particularly from Lucas, whether it was about the memes that were posted, whether it was about Jillian adopting a black child. I mean, I am just like in total disbelief, disarray. How have we reached a point where these are the discussions that we're having, and on a national stage here? Like, we have Democratic elected officials who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, the best and most effective,
not true,
debater of our time.
All they do is lie.
Activist, really. I think debater is really downplaying.
That's not true,
ultimately.
Pierce. She's lying.
Yes.
In what way?
What is the lie?
Name me one prominent. Name me what? Hey, Riley, name me one prominent Democrat that has celebrated the death. And I find it very interesting. You've made a living attacking transgenders. You've made millions of dollars across the country doing that.
I didn't ask for this.
If you truly care about, I didn't
ask for
I'm
the
sorry
position
you lost
I'm
your
in.
friend. Okay, hold on a second. Yes, in this case, you have.
Is the utterly appalling spectacle of so many on the left openly, brazenly, proudly celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. How have we got here as a society?
Well, it's insane. And you can just see in the previous debate, you saw two grown men, Democrat men, screaming, yelling on your program at two women. Riley Gaines is one of the brightest, smartest, youngest minds fighting for what she believes in. And we want to encourage that, not discourage it. I don't want to discourage anyone out there to prevent them from speaking up by getting yelled at. I was yelled out yesterday in front of Don Lemon at the steps of the Capitol, and all we want to do, I'm a rape survivor. All I want as a rape victim is to ensure that men aren't in my bathroom or Riley's bathroom or in the shower next to us. That is dangerous and it's uncalled for. But to see those men on your program yelling at the women who are just talking freely, talking in a sane and normal manner, trying to have a colloquy, trying to have a national conversation, and they're being screamed at. That's how we got here. And until the left and until the Democrat Party acknowledges their role in this, it's not going to get better.
Brian Shapiro, did any of that give you pause for thought?
Well, first of all, I find it ironic that Nancy Mace is talking about telling the truth, yet she's the person who blamed the shooter in the Charlie Kirk murder as a transgender. I find that very ironic. She also called me a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent that is anti-Donald Trump. So I want to be very clear on that as well. Listen, now she mentioned Ilhan Omar. If that's true about Ilhan Omar and she made those statements, I totally disavow that. But I don't think anybody could name me 3 Democrats that are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death that are elected officials. Number 2, every Democrat out there is saying this is wrong for the most part. Political violence, we should never celebrate it. And all the right is doing is blaming it on the radical left, including Donald Trump. Nancy Mace wants to say to bring people together. Donald Trump has divided us by blaming the radical left for what took place here.
But
when you would be blaming.
Okay, but Brian, be honest. If it was the other way around, and the investigators said publicly, as they have, as has the governor of Utah, that all the evidence pointed to this person being radicalized by the far right, you would not hesitate to say this was a far-right assassination and you would go on a massive rant about it. So there's a double standard there, right? Jeffrey, what happened to you as a consequence of that going viral?
So about 100,000 people have unfollowed me this week for speaking about Charlie, the entire thing. I can't believe so many people in America are cheering and praising his death. It's honestly disgusting. So while I was live streaming, I found out about what happened in real time, and it was so horrifying and devastating. I followed him for a few years. Do I agree with everything he's ever said? Of course I don't.
You liberal, progressive, deranged animals. You are so hateful in your hearts to go out and shoot a young man who's never hurted anyone with Christian values, a young, beautiful family, a father, a husband, a friend, a son. You shot him. Why? Because you didn't agree with his politics? Because you didn't agree with his ideology? That's the reason why he deserves to die! You animals!
Social feeds lit up with rage. Politicians thundered warnings of civil war. Influencers screamed into cameras, pointing at Democrats, blaming woke mobs. The base was convinced the assassin was from the left, and their fury had no brakes.
Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. Every conservative in the country called panicking.
She's a lawmaker. She's a congresswoman. And she's not the only one saying this. The Democrats are responsible for this. Fox News, Jesse Waters, the Democrats are responsible for this. They're literally telling the conservative, the right-wing viewers, the right-wing voters, the right-wing crowd to declare war on the left. And what's the result of that?
This video's in regards to Charlie Kirk. And this video's for the liberals. It's war, We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your self-righteous lectures. I don't give a We're coming for you.
When I said earlier that I condemn violence, I will not condone violence. This is why violence only begets violence. They are blaming this on the left, blaming this on Democrats, when we're not the ones that spread the rhetoric of, gun violence is okay. Charlie Kirk himself spreads the rhetoric that gun violence is
conspiracy theorist, but look what I found earlier on Amazon. These were posted on Amazon on September 9th. That was day before yesterday. How does one publish a book on September 9th for something that happened on September 10th? Then Amazon changed it to this. But wait, if you scroll down, it still says this. Oh, but wait, they're not going to let this stay up. No, if you go search the book now, this is what you find. Something else is happening here. I don't know what it is, but definitely something's happening. What do you think?
The governor of Utah said he was praying that it wasn't one of their own, that he was praying that it was someone from another country or that drove from another state. What I hear is you were hoping they were a minority, you were hoping they were Muslim, you were hoping they were black, you were hoping that you could blame it on someone else to more fuel your war. He said he prayed to God for 33 hours straight. And he said God did not answer his prayers. That has to be the most wildest statement I could possibly think of. Because on the flip side of that, because y'all don't like to admit that it's one of y'all, when it is one of y'all, we have to pray that it wasn't one of us. That you can't blame it on the religion. That you can't blame it on the skin color. That's so crazy to me. Then he said God did not answer his prayers. So I guess it's time for everybody to start looking in the mirror, right?
The shooter was not the liberal boogeyman they had conjured up. He was a 22-year-old white man, raised in a Republican household, a product of the same conservative Christian culture MAGA claims to defend. Suddenly, the rage that had been pointed outward had nowhere to go. Because what do you do when the assassin doesn't fit the script? What do you do when the face of the killer looks exactly like the kids sitting in your pews or the young men waving flags at your rallies? The fury that once burned so confidently began to falter, and in its place came something much heavier: fear. They built their identity on the idea that real Americans are under siege from outsiders. Every problem, every tragedy, every setback, always the fault of someone else. But this time, the story doesn't fit, because this time the killer came from inside the house, and that is the nightmare scenario. Not just for MAGA, but for any movement built on paranoia and fear. The enemy isn't always Antifa. Sometimes the enemy is your neighbor's kid. Sometimes it's the young man in your Bible study. Sometimes it's the patriot waving the same red hat you wear. That realization cuts deeper than any liberal talking point ever could.
Word for word and shot for shot, he deserved worse than what he got, but toe to toe and eye for eye, we limp, we're blind, and then we die. If we all get what we deserve for bad beliefs and hurtful words, extinction would be justice served. We sure love our just desserts, so praise the gun, the victor's tool. You can aim, you can rule, we can train most any fool to put one down the line. So raise the toll bell, count your dead, condemned to death for things they've said. Can't let them go on speaking still, all things equal, words can kill.
Collapsing, and some influencers are suddenly quiet, deleting old posts where they swore revenge against liberals. Others are doubling down, insisting the shooter must have been brainwashed by the deep state. Politicians are fumbling for excuses, calling him radicalized by the left, even though the evidence shows he was raised in the very heart of their own movement.
It makes sense if you don't feel a deep well of empathy for someone who made a career out of refusing to show it for others. I want to normalize that, because sometimes when a public figure dies, especially in a tragic way, people rush to say, you have to be compassionate right now, don't speak ill of the dead. But if that person spent their life dismissing other people's pain, mocking it, minimizing it, even actively contributing to it, it makes sense that your empathy tank might run dry. That doesn't mean you're celebrating. It doesn't mean you're cold-hearted. It just means your compassion has limits. And those limits are often shaped by how much compassion someone showed in their lifetime. There's actually something psychologically healthy about noticing that boundary. You're not obligated to manufacture sorrow for someone who never extended any to you, your community, or people you care about. You can hold both, I don't wish this on anyone, and I don't feel sad about it either. That's not cruelty, that's honesty. And it feels really weird and uncomfortable to hold both of those in your body at the same time. This isn't about telling you not to be compassionate. It's about giving you permission to notice whatever you honestly feel or don't feel and trust that it's valid.
But I loved a lot of what he said, and it resonates with me. But the good news is hundreds of thousands of more people have followed me, and they're on the exact same page. So I don't care about the following. It's not about that. I just had to speak my mind.
Have you been surprised, shocked, depressed by the reaction? I'm genuinely stunned. I thought I'd seen everything in the news game going back 40 years. But to see the outpouring of gleeful celebration of a young man's murder for expressing his opinions, and a young man who would deliberately go into the opposition territory, college campuses, and get people to line up and say, come on, come and argue with me in a respectful way. The idea that he gets murdered for doing that all the time seemed particularly perverse to me. Were you?
Exactly.
How did you feel about it?
I was honestly horrified because I'm someone that's always been outspoken. I love the truth, and for some reason, people are afraid of the truth. I've been told all week, he would have hated someone like you. No, he would have respected me because I'm my own person and I know how to have my own thoughts. So when I saw it in real time, I was completely devastated. I can't believe someone that has an opinion is now dead. It's disgusting.
Good morning. Welcome to Anita Talks History and Genealogy. It is September the 15th, 2025. And I mention that date because on September the 10th, 2025, a spokesperson for the Republican Party's far right, Charlie Kirk, was shot and killed in Utah on a college campus while he was speaking to college students. And today we're going to talk about Charlie Kirk, his passing, and what is going on in the wake of his murder. He was not assassinated. He was murdered. He was killed by one of his own because he was not far right enough. And that's my opinion.
They played black people, they played Chinese people, they played Japanese people. Patricia, go take a long look in the fucking mirror before you come talk to me. Go take a long look in the mirror before you come talk to me, Patricia. Because you may just get your feelings hurt. I'm not the one. Fuck out of my face with your stupid shit. Have this fucking racist prick say some dumb shit like this. Have him talking about, yeah, we need as far as people to die, right? Because it's a good to keep our Second Amendment right.
I think it's worth it.
He thinks it's worth it. His words, not mine.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can.
Well, there you go. There you go. Don't get upset at me. Get upset at your own damn self. I'm just the mirror. If you don't like me, you don't like you. I'm just a mirror. Let that sink in, Patricia. I'm just a mirror. That's all I am. I'm a mirror. Like I always say, I'm not making it racial. I'm just making an observation. I'm not making it racial. I'm just making an observation. If you don't like what the fuck you see, then perhaps you should do something about it. Perhaps you should change your ways. Change your wicked ways. I've said this ad nauseum. Ad nauseum. The only person to say this. The only person to let you know that Charlie Kirk, he don't give a fuck about white people. He don't give a fuck about y'all. Only person to tell you this. Only person to try and warn y'all. Same thing I did with white men. I say, listen. Even Trey Gowdy said, listen, most of the time it's a white boy who's shooting up these schools. Y'all don't care though, right? Let a black boy go and shoot up the schools. You let 2 black boys go and shoot up the schools and see if they don't come out with an executive order. Nigga, if anybody is darker than this, they're allowed to get frisked. They're allowed to get searched. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Get the fuck out of my face. Yo-Yo says he put his neck on the line for what he believed in. That is true. He definitely did. Talk about how Trump ridiculed those 2 politicians in Minnesota who were shot at their house by a Trump supporter. Of course he did. Bro, they ridiculed Nancy Pelosi's husband. I don't want to hear any fucking moral panic from them, from moral outrage. They ridiculed Nancy Pelosi's husband with a fucking hammer. Y'all don't remember that? These are the same people who had Biden fucking gagged and tied up on their fucking pickup truck. This is what I'm saying. Don't listen to the rules they give you. Don't listen to the rules they give you. Follow the rules that they follow. Follow the rules that they follow. Because they'll have you thinking you're the worst person ever. Oh, they'll have you thinking, oh, black people, they're just horrible. We've got to this. Follow the rules that they follow. Not the ones they want you to follow, bruh. 2 very different sets of rules. I don't want to hear not a fucking word from these fucking people. Not a fucking word. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. He didn't have a problem with little Timmy dying so he can have a gun. That's what he said.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have...
That's what he said. Huh? Nothing? Y'all got nothing? Y'all got nothing? Huh? Y'all got nothing? I can give more videos. I'm just not, because I think these are pretty good.
Like, I'm sorry.
He said a thought crime. He said a thought crime.
Like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Yeah, I don't care. And the same goes for Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, and the rest of them. And the rest of them. Steven Crowder ain't even fucking... This motherfucker is from Canada. I don't even know, like, what? He's a homosexual from Canada who's clearly abusive to his wife from what we've seen in the videos. And what happened to him? You still have people listening to him. You still have people listening to him. Get the fuck out of my face. Fuck out of here. I don't want to hear your hypocrisy. Your hypocrisy is overshadowing any type of fucking tears, any type of message you want to give me. Your hypocrisy is too fucking loud. I can't hear you. Your hypocrisy is too loud. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. How about you turn down the hypocrisy and maybe we can have a dialogue? Fuck out of my face. B-Phil says, look at the empath quote from him in your VC. There's a video and everything. It's crazy stuff he said. He's been saying crazy stuff. But they don't care. That's the thing. They don't care. They don't care. That's what you have to understand. They don't
Welcome
care.
to the amazing army.
And then when you say, okay, well, I don't care either. Now it's a travesty. Now you've committed some type of crime. Now it's the horrible, worst thing on the face of the planet. If you want change, then show us you want change, fam. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. At the same time, Charlie Kirk got shot. 3 people got shot in a school in Colorado. Yeah. 100%. I posted that. I posted that. Anyways, I've said what I've had to say. I don't hate anybody. I want the best for the country. That's what I want. I want the best for the country. Dave Reese says apparently he was in the wrong neck of the woods. That's all. It's as simple as that. If you get anything from this stream, I just want people to understand, I want what's good for the country. And I agree with Charlie Kirk when it comes.
Please just let me know what part of Charlie Kirk was godly. Because you guys, he was a man of God and he lost his life and he was telling the truth. The truth of what? Was it when he said the LGBTQ community should be punished by unaliving? He called people of the community an abomination. Was it when he said that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Was it when he said that a few pew unalivings a year were an acceptable price to pay to keep your Second Amendment rights? Was it when he said that little girls who are raped should carry their rapist baby? Man, you guys are just really showing your asses today, aren't you? That's what you thought made him a man of God, and you want me to feel an ounce of sympathy? Not only did he say all those things, but he tried to back it up with scripture out of the Bible. He used the gospel as a weapon, and here you guys are, he's a man of God, he unalived, telling the truth, that's all he tried to do. He's the Martin Luther King, huh? I am not safe around a lot of you.
Now, let's be clear. Christians are not celebrating his death. The overwhelming tone is grief, sadness, and a rejection of violence, but grief doesn't mean silence. And for many, this is the moment to say what they've held back for too long, that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric wasn't rooted in faith at all, but in a philosophy that stood miles away from the core of Christianity.
Jesus Christ would not have been a fan of Charlie Kirk, no matter how big a fan Charlie Kirk was of Jesus Christ.
You shouldn't just glaze over stuff. Just because a person has passed, we can be honest about how the person stood in the world.
George Zimmerman was hunted at night by Trayvon Martin at 2 a.m. and the stand your ground law allows you to stand your ground up against people that wish you harm.
Charlie Kirk was a liar. Now, what I'm about to do now is something I typically don't do. I'm going to react to somebody reacting to a video. But since it's featuring my favorite coonerific sellouts, the Hodge twins, I thought I'd make an exception.
He said it's a bad thing. He said it's some new age made up.
Yeah.
He also said people got to be sacrificed in order to protect guns. If he was saying that while fighting for reparations, I may have a little bit of empathy.
I have no empathy for people that don't have a sense of etiquette, a sense of decency. I don't know.
Yeah, here we go. As you can see, the Hodge twins number 2 is pretty upset. Yeah, he's in his feelings right now. Pretty obvious. He's about to rupture his spleen. His cooner plasto is about to erupt. It's some part of the coon, I don't know, it's part of his coon nervous system. Coonivorous system. Internal systems about to start leaking. Cunicerous gases around the room. But yeah, he's really touched, man. Amanda Seals got him. She's got this guy triggered. Check it out.
I know what it is about black women. They like to smack their lips and eat. You know, why are you like...
This is all to buy them time because they can't respond. Because what she said is actually correct. This is what Charlie Kirk said. He said, hey, no empathy, and we got to sacrifice people to keep our gun rights. People got to die. He just didn't think it would be him. And now these guys can't respond to it. They can't come back with a retort. So then they're going to go personal and start talking about things that have nothing to do with the point at hand. We talking about Charlie Kirk. They're talking about her eating. Now the other one, because he's out of his depth, because at this point, At this point, he has nothing to say either. Thing number one, cool number one, he's got to start talking about all black women.
Talking about politics and something that's like horrible that everyone's saying, and you just sitting there carefree.
He said horrible. I'm telling you, man, they can't handle it. Back up, man, back up. Let's get back to the first one.
I have no empathy for people that don't have a sense of etiquette, a sense of decency. I don't know what it is about black women. They like to smack their lips and eat. You know, why are you like talking about politics and something that's like horrible that everyone's saying, and you just sitting there carefree smacking? What do you call that? Decorum? Yeah, you do.
Neither one of you can spell decorum. Get on with the video, man.
Decorum is. She doesn't have any.
Define it.
Well, she said about what he said about gun rights. Yeah, she's taking what he said out of context. To put in perspective what she's referring to, Charlie said having the Second Amendment is the price you pay.
Mr. Charlie said, Mr. Charlie, what he really meant was this. I know what his actual words were, but later on, while he was throwing shit against the wall, he tried to make an analogy of this. He did say what Amanda said. She just didn't say all his goofy analogies that make no sense.
You're going to lose people's lives, which is sound. It's basic logic. I could say the same thing about swimming pools, about vehicles, about pharmaceuticals. That's the price we pay to allow people the right to, take part in taking pharmaceuticals, to have a swimming pool, to drive a car, to have a gun. The best
to take part in pharmaceuticals. There are these things called warnings, and it's also labels. I don't know if you're being dishonest or just ignorant. When you go to a doctor and they give you a medication, they tell you about the medication. Hey, here's the medication, here are the side effects. That's an individual choice you get to make if you want to take that medication for that ailment or whatever that condition is. Guns, you get impacted by those by other people using them. You're not deciding to use the gun. The other person chose to use the gun and then they shoot you. That's not the same thing.
This example is alcohol. Exactly. Alcohol kills, I think it's 5 or 6 times more than guns. Yeah, cigarettes. Are you going to ban alcohol? It kills way more people than guns. Yeah. But not because everybody likes to drink. So that's something you're going.
Everybody doesn't like to drink. Not everybody drinks.
You're essentially sacrificing people's lives.
You're not sacrificing people's lives. Drink responsibly. The problem is sometimes people behave erratically. Sometimes people are angry. Sometimes people use it to hurt people intentionally. Most people, when they smoke cigarettes, they're not really trying to hurt people. There hasn't been, that I know of, there hasn't been a mass smoking where someone just ran into a building and started smoking in front of everybody. Die, and start blowing smoke at everybody. Someone staking you out with a bong. That doesn't happen. Somebody with a vape pen laying in the bushes blowing smoke at you. What is this guy talking about? See, these ideas, they haven't been thought out.
Yeah, that's what he meant. Yeah, that's what he meant. That's what he meant. But you choose to mock him.
That's what Master Charlie meant. Folks, man, I'm trying to tell you, the level of Stephen from Django that these guys have achieved is astonishing.
Add to the conversation as a Christian, as a therapist, is that we can hold multiple truths at one time. Let's take it from the top. Him being murdered was wrong. Anyone being murdered is wrong. We can hold that. Having compassion for a person's wife and their child because they were murdered is there. We can experience that. We can live that out. We can pray for them. Even reflecting on our own experience. What if it were me? We can live that out. And at the same time, we can hold the truth that a person communicated what is perceived as violent and extremely harmful speech and rhetoric towards populations of people. That some of the things as a black man that Charlie Kirk has said makes me less safe, makes my family less safe, makes people that I care about less safe. And so, me personally, I have found that in this entire moment that I am neither hot nor cold. that I am numb and trying to figure out, how do I wade through these waters? And so how do I wade through them? I take it back to God. I take it back to God because he calls me to have compassion, but it's hard to have compassion. It's hard to be compassionate towards a person, an enemy that I have perceived is actively working against me, against people that look like me, for merely existing and merely having the imago Dei that you, Lord, have given me. That's hard. It's hard work. It's hard to ask the Lord, why do you call me to compassion? Why do you call me to love when people don't act loving?
Christians are asking, how is it faithful to cheer for wealth while ignoring the struggles of those without it? How is it Christian to turn compassion into weakness? How is it gospel to constantly declare enemies instead of building community? The receipts show that Kirk's message was less about timeless Christian values and more about using faith as a political tool.
Because I know some of the rhetoric that he has said himself has been to advocate for said gun deaths. These are his words, not mine. That we are going to have to endure certain gun deaths in order to protect the Second Amendment. Those are words that he spewed. And so what flesh would like to do is say, well, Lord, them his words. That's what he said. Well, okay. This man has pressed against me and people like me in a way that is extremely insidious, that is extremely violent, and it's not of you, Lord. It's giving evil. And even though I have seen him on pulpits and in Christian spaces claiming you, Lord, your Bible, your word tells me that if we are yours, that we should have some fruits of the Spirit. We should have some fruits of the Spirit. And I didn't see not one single fruit.
But no human deserves to die that way. Good morning. Yes. Yes, so true. Right, correct. Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Yes. That's been the point this whole time. Good job. Good job. So take that same concept and apply it to children, minorities, people in God, everybody. Everybody. You can't just pick and choose who that matters to. Remember that.
Here comes the deeper theological receipts. For centuries, Christian thinkers, from the early church fathers to modern-day scholars, have emphasized themes like generosity, community, and the dangers of greed. The historical record is clear. Christianity has never been about worshiping wealth or power. But Kirk twisted those values into something else entirely. He claimed that defending free markets was the same as defending faith. He insisted that protecting the wealthy was somehow godly. He blurred the line between spiritual devotion and economic ideology until they became indistinguishable. The receipts here are devastating. Kirk's brand of Christianity had far more in common with political nationalism than with any serious reading of Christian tradition. But it doesn't stop with theology. The Christian community is also pulling out receipts of hypocrisy. Kirk spoke endlessly about family values, yet supported policies that broke families apart. He wrapped himself in patriotism, yet demonized immigrants and outsiders. He framed his work as defending the faith, yet often used that faith to punch down at the most vulnerable.
I see a lot of women hopping on the internet defending Charlie Kirk, and the one thing that I'm not seeing is them showing written permission from their husbands allowing them to speak.
Okay, let's talk about it. I am very careful on my platform that I don't respond to public pressure, that I have a public opinion about everything, because I am educated in one thing, and that is religion in America. That is my expertise, that is my master's degree, that is what I have to speak intelligently on. So part of my own ethical guidelines is to stay in my lane. I don't want to become like a Jordan Peterson character who starts making very public statements about things well outside his area of expertise. So with that caveat, I'm listening to various political aspects of this conversation. I'm listening to people who represent marginalized communities in this conversation. And the only piece that I have to add is when Charlie Kirk was asked how he wanted to be remembered if he died someday. And there's a clip of this. You can find it. He thinks about it for a second, and then he says, I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith. And that is something that I can comment on. So to respect Charlie's wishes here, let's talk about how he defended his faith and what his faith looked like, because he repeatedly argued that the U.S. should reflect Christian values in law and governance, and he promoted the 7 Mountain Mandate, which is an encouragement for Christians to get involved in government and media and education and really be able to take power in America. When he spoke at faith events like Turning Point Faith in 2024, he talked about birth control and how it makes women angry and bitter, and it's turning young ladies into unhappy people who are not staying in the home and focusing on family. He has used his faith to also really come down hard on gay marriage and trans rights. And he has also created an environment where political issues really are a part of spiritual warfare. And so he's pushed pastors and churches and Christians to be politically active and to mobilize in order to be a part of this actual spiritual warfare instead of looking at these issues politically.
One pastor put it bluntly. Kirk didn't defend Christianity. He exploited it. He treated it like a prop, something to wave around in front of cameras while preaching a message that ran completely opposite to its spirit. That's the receipt that stings the most, because hypocrisy doesn't just harm the church's reputation, it actively drives people away from faith.
Right when I went to go record yesterday, Charlie Kirk got shot, and then took a couple hours, and then it came out he passed away. And I go to X or Twitter, and that's where I heard about it. And I don't know how I came across the most graphic video I've seen. I've seen all the different angles of how he got shot. I couldn't watch this again. But when I saw him get shot in the neck and the blood just started really gushing out immediately, I go, there's no way he survived that. There's just no way. And then it came out. He passed away. I'm pretty sure he was gone before he got to the hospital. I think I've seen the best and the worst out of people when stuff like this happens. For me, there's a reason I don't do politics. And again, I'm only seeing snippets. I don't know what the full discussion was that led to that. Like, I don't know what question was asked to make him say.
Motherfucker, what question somebody got to ask that will make you say black people should be able to fly planes? What could there be? What kind? This, I don't know what was happening. When you cut on the film a guy stabbing another guy with a knife, you're like, well, I don't know. Maybe you asked for it. Maybe I got to see the whole film. When they were beating the shit out of Rodney King, well, I don't know why they did it. Maybe he said something and really pissed the officers off. I have to see what happened. Maybe he had a machine gun when they ran up on him. I don't know. Charlie Kirk said that Trayvon Martin stalked and hunted down Zimmerman. Seen that clip? I've seen it. He's a liar. And you saying you didn't know those things about him says you're a liar too, Gary. This dude said Trayvon Martin went looking for Zimmerman, hunted him down, and Zimmerman didn't do anything but defend himself from being hunted by the savage thug. And we know that's not how that happened. Once again, 17-year-old Trayvon treated like a grown-ass man. Zimmerman treated like a child who was afraid of Trayvon, even though he was the one with the gun. Trayvon didn't have a gun, Zimmerman did. Who was stalking who? But anyway, back to Gary. Let's say Gary finish up. Gary, hey, look, man, there's a saying, I forget how it goes, but basically it says when your enemy's digging his own grave, let him.
say that and everything. So my thing is, he was not a threat to society. He wasn't out here breaking the law. He was going into the quote unquote lion's den numerous times. He went on Bill Maher. He would go on people that had different political beliefs than him.
Okay, here we go, guys. We're going to stop there, man, because Gary, what he's saying don't make no damn sense. First of all, it's a sentiment I heard a lot of white folks say. They say it's just talk. You know what? You don't understand how life is for black people in America. Just talk turns into someone else's just violence against us. We just saw what just happened. If this isn't the perfect example of when Charlie puts this type of shit out, the negative comments that Charlie put out about black Americans can put black Americans at risk. His death put black Americans at risk, and we had nothing to do with it. This guy, Tyler didn't shoot Charlie Kirk because he said things about black people. Tyler allegedly is a part of an organization that's farther right than Charlie Kirk's organization. So that's not why he did it. But who got the death threats? Did Harvard get death threats? Did the University of Florida, I don't know, did Florida A&M get, maybe A&M, maybe they did. What white schools, what predominantly white institutions, PWIs, got bomb threats when Charlie got killed? So basically what I'm trying to tell you is, this incident is a basic explainer to what I'm saying. It confirms my point. And my point is that when someone like Charlie Kirk, with the reach that Charlie Kirk has, that can influence a bunch of morons in incels to do dumb things, to say dumb things with ideology that degrades black people, those people act on that. They have the potentiality to act on dumb shit. It doesn't even matter if he says do it or not. When you over and over tell people that black people are unqualified, cannot perform well, what about the people that listen to that believe that, or they are convinced by him, and then they tell Dad, hey, Dad, why you hiring so many black people at work? Oh, Dad, you had another black person? Why you keep hiring black people? Charlie Kirk says, and I can prove it to you, that black people are unqualified. They get jobs they're not qualified for. Dad's walking around with that in his head. Maybe Dad's dumb. Dad says, yeah, you're right, maybe you're right, I shouldn't hire black people. I don't know. I have no idea how that works. But what I'm saying is, for you to treat it as if it doesn't matter, as if it has no potential downsides for us, first of all, it shows you ain't us. Because when black people start talking about white people be listening. White people be like, what? Yeah, because they wonder if there can be any bad ramifications for white people. They're concerned about it because people, that's how people think. So what I'm saying basically is, Gary, when you discount everything that Charlie Kirk says and make it just conversation, when you are degrading a group of people, an entire group of people, that's not opinions. That's not a point of view. That's called racism. When I'm going after racist, that's a subset of a group. That's not every white person. Charlie Kirk didn't say black people that drop out of school, black people that don't learn how to fly planes shouldn't fly planes. He was questioning any black person flying a plane. That's all black people, sir. That's all black people that might like aviation. You understand what I'm saying? That's called racism. Gary is too old to be this dumb. He played fast and loose with the truth. I think he's lying. He knows exactly who Charlie Kirk is. He knows exactly all the negative shit he says. And it's horrible for a guy who has black kids. This goes to show you, man. They can sleep black. They can make black babies. But there are some people, and I'm not going to say all, because I'm not Charlie Kirk. But there are some white people that you just, I don't know if they ever get over it, man. And the fact that Gary Owen, the guy who he owes his entire career to black Americans. We fed this dude for 30 years, 25 years. He's eaten almost exclusively on black America. This guy don't even understand. This guy, Charlie Kirk said that black women didn't have the brain processing power to hold certain positions. You can say what you want about Ketanji Brown Jackson because she didn't want to say what a woman was. I've criticized that, but I didn't say she was stupid. I didn't say she was incapable of learning. I disagree with Joy Reid. See, here's the difference. I disagree with Joy Reid on her politics for the Democratic Party. I'm not a Democrat, but I never say she's incapable of processing information. That is eugenics. That is genetic shit. Charlie Kirk was spreading racist genetic shit to his audience. And to people anybody will listen. And going to a college when you are 30 years old and talking to 19 and 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds. That could be a form of child abuse almost. I mean, he's there with scripts that he's already prepared, of talking points, of lies to tell. And the ability to cut off people's mic and talk over them. Stop acting like these debates are good. No one learns shit at a Charlie Kirk event. That's not where you learn it. So Gary Owen, I do not have the ability to withdraw your black card, and I didn't give you one, frankly. But you are a prime example of what happens to people that get way too comfortable. You got way too comfortable with black America, Gary. Way too comfortable. You were visiting at our house, and this shit right here, this right here, 80% of what he says you disagreed with, but you still stuck your neck out for 20% of agreement. No, you stuck your neck out because he's a white guy. And I don't know if you noticed that, Gary. I don't know if you heard. I don't know if they tell you this on the road. But people die every day, B. And so do careers, Gary. So do careers. I'm gonna leave it there, fam. I don't know what possessed him, fam. We grew up with this guy on Comic View, whatever, what that Comic View? Why would you do this? For Charlie Kirk, you dumbass. He can't even hire you. At least Officer Tatum has a reason. He won't be accepted in any black sororities anyway. He can't come kicking at the picnic. He got no choice. He got to ride the horse he rode in on. Hope he can get some Koch brothers money. Take up the reins. What's your excuse? Idiot. All right.
The Tim Black Show streams Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wolfpack.
Okay. And I said to the nigga, when I'm trolling the nigga about their dead babies and dead mammies, you don't say, what do you mean? Well, I'm a fucking comedian.
Yeah.
I get the fuck with anybody. Satire comedy is what we call it.
No, Charleston White, you're a dancing monkey for white people. That's really what you are. We're gonna call it what it is. Don't think that they just think you're funny and that, oh, we like Charleston because he's funny and he's even willing to crack jokes about black people. He cracks jokes about it. No, you don't get to crack jokes about everybody. You're only here to mock and humiliate black people. And so once you stop doing that, then you have no use. You have no purpose.
How you gonna take that away from me? So Charlie,
but he is being at least intellectually consistent.
No exemption. Don't you joke about fentanyl Floyd?
Yeah.
He's no different than a fentanyl Floyd.
Oh, they don't agree with that. No, Charlie Kirk is an American hero, sir. And George Floyd, he's nothing.
Floyd was the Black Lives Matter movement. Kirk is a white ring conservative movement. We get the joke about one another, remember? Liberal, conservative.
Can't say he don't have
this nigga think we all friends. No, bro. That ain't what it is.
Point there. The right and MAGA have literally been dragging George Floyd's death for years now. Bringing him up like he's a national treasure, MLK to black people.
Won't let this nigga rest, man.
Or something. It's really weird. Factual.
So why is it and you want to get in your This is not America that beat British. I'm telling you. These are not the Americans that beat the Redcoats. These are the These are not the Americans that could have stopped 9/11. And your feelings all the time. These are the Americans that's crying because you didn't get picked on the playground because someone said something about you. Who gives a fuck about the dead? Charlie can't hear I'm saying. Charlie's dead. Even your Bible says, let the dead. Why are you guys worshiping and honoring the dead? Even your Bible says it. This is
The Bible does say that the dead can't hear us. For the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing. And they have no more reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. Here's a good one. Psalm 15 verses 17 through 18. The dead do not praise the Lord. The dead do not praise the Lord, nor do any who go down into silence. But we bless the Lord. We will bless the Lord from this time forth and forevermore. Praise the Lord. Yeah, Charleston isn't making that up, man. The dead do not praise the Lord, according to the Bible.
People don't like Charlie Kirk and want to acknowledge the fact that he had disgusting views. That's their right. And people try to cancel folks for that. I'm not with that at all. Okay, the guy did say some very disgusting things throughout his life. He said them very publicly, and people whitewashing him. I've heard people call him a good Christian boy. Maybe from your perspective, it's okay for people to have a different perspective. I certainly don't share the one where he's some good. I've heard him say some really So that's my personal opinion.
You had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped. And she was going to give birth and she would, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live. Would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
It's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not, because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job.
A child?
The parents should go get the job. Yeah. This is important. First of all, this is really.
I want children to eat?
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled Alzheimer's corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America.
I know we don't have a lot of time. There's so many good speakers tonight. This is a battle between good and evil. I wish we could compromise, but you can't compromise with evil. You can't compromise with evil.
I think the DOJ should immediately move to unseal all the Epstein documents in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
I think every file should be released to the public the same way as the JFK files.
Charlie Kirk got one call from the president, and this was his response.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands.
People in this day and age cannot emotionally multitask. You know that two things can coexist at the same time? I cannot wish someone harm, but also not be sad for the harm that happens to them. I don't wish it on them, but I'm like, you don't mean that you're wishing someone bad. You don't have to be celebrating and be like, I'm not gonna put my flag half-mast.
That was wild. Treating that dude like he was a national hero is crazy. So, I mean, veterans die every single day in the line of duty. Yeah. And the president will not do a damn thing. If this guy gets shot and then all of a sudden they doing all this hubbub, it's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. So, but things can, yes, it is. It's not empathy. It's not compassion. There's this neutrality that is a possibility as well, especially when you're affected by the things that he's saying.
And you contributed. Like, if we're all honest, none of this is surprising because we've been inching towards this whole time. We've been here for a while. All this extreme rhetoric, all this, calling these people Nazi, calling these people Marxist, communist, radical, like all of this stuff.
Call these people basically not human.
Yeah.
I will continue to say that the killing of Charlie Kirk was wrong. It was murder, and I will not condone anybody celebrating that. I'm still disturbed by watching that video. I don't think there's anything to be had by celebrating this or even by trying to sell a false narrative here about him. But goddamn it, I ain't gonna look at this man as a hero.
No.
No.
What did he do that was heroic?
That he had believers, but there was a time when we would sit back and say that this is unhinged, and while this is sad, we are not going to celebrate this person. And now we're sitting up here trying to treat this person as if Charlie Kirk was a saint and trying to shame anybody else who says otherwise.
Yeah.
You kiss my ass. I ain't saying that at all. I don't care who gets mad about it. You know, I've tried to be nice about this. I've tried to be fair, but I'm appalled. I'm confused about what's happening right here, man. At the way they're glorifying people. And I'm saying this as somebody who's not trying to come at you. I'm not trying to create more division between us. I'm really just trying to appeal to people and say, man, put yourself in my shoes. Put yourself in my black ass shoes. You know?
Yeah, man, but that would require empathy, and empathy makes people feel bad. So they don't want none of that.
Yeah, empathy is gay, I heard.
Yeah. Well, even that's one of the things that Charlie Kirk said. I don't believe in empathy. When did being compassionate, when did being empathetic, when did just being nice, when did being the opposite, when did being hateful, when did being aggressive, when did violence, when did that become a virtue? When did being nice and compassionate and empathetic, when did that become a weakness? You know, I mean, I don't get it.
Well, it would be argued that it's always been part of American culture. And that in the last 20, 30, 40 years, it's been, there's been a movement to try to downplay that, which is they would say, well, they're trying to that they're taking away maleness, which is a bad statement on masculinity to begin with. But yeah, it's a reaction. Everything swings one way and then the reaction is to swing back the other way. And it's just been some extreme reactions lately.
Yeah, but just acceptance on the wide scale of these reactions, man. You know, it's funny because this man was very much, I don't care how much he said he wasn't, he was very much a racist, misogynist, a homophobe, and he really did he was a cold person. He looked at things like gun violence, gun deaths, and said, well, it's necessary. We have to have that happen, so big deal.
So we can have guns.
Yeah, so we can have guns. Does that include children in schools when they die? Well, we needed that. So I love the hypocrisy that's going on. Because a lot of people say what I say, well, you're just being cruel and you shouldn't say that. This is a man, his whole position was, no matter what I say, I have the right to say it because of free speech. And he does. He did. He had the right to feel like he did. He had the right to say the things that he did. I also have the right to come in and say he was a piece of shit. That said, he said things that were who should not be celebrated, first of all, on a grand scale. But he said a lot of things. I say he's a piece of shit because he said a lot of things that were not just hurtful, they were harmful.
Dangerous.
And those effects were felt after he died.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I take it personal is because don't you dare tell me I'm supposed to treat this man like a hero after you told me, you know what, you'll be better back in Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm.
And don't play no games there. You sit up here and act stupid all you want to. He meant that as in, your black ass is so violent and wild, and your people are so, you're born criminals, that it was better when the white man had you in control. Yeah. Back when you were second class citizen, you didn't have as many rights because now your ass is just gone wild.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a vile person. There's footage out there of him saying to a black child, the kid is calling him out. He's like, did you really say civil rights were a mistake? And he's like, yeah, I did. And even the kid was like, wow, that's trouble.
Yeah.
And he was right.
And I'm going to tell you right now, anybody who wants to say that black people are inherently violent, oh, you got gangs. Listen, you don't know what you're talking about. All right. You're saying that because that's what you want to believe. I'm going to say what all these other people say. Do your research. Yeah.
It probably makes you feel comfortable. You've heard it enough that you've just believed it, and it makes you feel comfortable to think that.
Yeah.
Because it's not you.
You know,
a lot of people believe things because it makes them feel comfortable. They don't challenge it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to show you how harmful he was and how influential his hate was and why I'm taking this personally. When he got shot, people just moved black people to the top of the queue. You did it. I know that people talking about trans and that was bad, but a lot of people just kind of like, you did it. I'm like, what do we do? Yeah, we did. People, they just pushed us at the front of the line. And you want to know how, and the reason why I say this is because when it happened, they had to put black universities, HBCUs, they had to lock them down for a day.
Jesus.
They had to close them down because they were receiving threats after Charlie Kirk was died. Even though they had no evidence of who did it at all, then no one said anything about who the suspect was. No, not one detail came out.
Right.
But black colleges got threatened.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even hear about
because of Charlie, because of Charlie Kirk dying, man. And that is an indicator of how much influence Charlie Kirk had with his hate. Because, and it's also an indicator of how this country it always has this bubbling underneath them. Because what this is, there's too many people in this country that just want any excuse to go out and harm black people.
Yeah.
It's just that's been throughout history, man. It's an eerie reminder of how people were with things like the Tulsa Massacre. What was that other place? They made a movie about it. Rosewood.
Yeah.
They did stuff here in Austin. They flooded black communities. They always use, it's just been, people just want an excuse. Any little thing to happen. That's why all the lynchings happen with black people in the South. A lot of it was, most of those people were innocent. Some of them guilty, maybe, but I can tell you a lot of them didn't get a trial. But there were more often than not somebody who was lynched because they looked at somebody wrong. They stepped on somebody's foot. Somebody pointed out something at them and lied and said they committed a crime.
Oh, they were starting to be successful.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And again, that was an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
And so they just went in and just say, they were just looking for anything to be aggressive towards black people. No, you telling me a person who supposed to be somebody that's celebrated, somebody that was somebody that was virtuous, virtuistic or virtuous, and somebody who was somebody out there who's we should be sad about this person because he has such influence. Yeah, he had a harmful influence.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
it'd be like celebrating Jim Jones.
Yeah,
or Hitler.
Well, these people try to say, what were they talking about? Oh, but he was a religious man. Do you think Jesus would say even a fraction of the things Charlie Kirk was saying? You think Jesus would come out and spew this kind of hate that Charlie Kirk did?
Yeah. Since when did Jesus say empathy is for pussies? Like, since when?
Well, Jesus is a fictional character, so you can write him saying whatever you want.
Well, I don't want to even put that out there.
But that's what happens, though. Because everybody who believes in Jesus, they cherry pick what's in the Bible, but they assign all these things to him that there's no real proof of what it is or isn't. That's why it's so malleable with them.
Well, no, I would say that that's wrong because in the Bible they say that Jesus is one particular way. Jesus was accepting. Jesus was loving. Jesus was a person who accepted all. Jesus, he was humble. Jesus spread love. You got it right there in words. So if somebody's not following that, how can you say that this person is someone who is on the same level or near the level as a religious figure as Jesus? I mean, that's stupid. And not everyone says that. I'm just saying that you have some people who take it to the extreme right here. And we want to honor this racist right here. These people who, this is what gets me, honoring him at the NFL, taking a moment of silence. People is a racist. And we're putting them in an arenas as big as the NFL and saying, let's bow our heads for a moment of silence.
Yeah.
I fart in the middle of that.
Right. Boom.
I let out the biggest fart I could. Moment of silence.
Shit your pants. You'd be so pissed.
No, I don't know, man. That's what hurts me, man. That's why I'm trying to appeal to you. This is a man that said civil rights was bad. MLK was a bad person. Martin Luther King, who did nothing but preach peace. Martin Luther King, who did nothing but go out there and, regardless of what you think of the man, he preached peace. He took an ass whooping for it. And he said that MLK was a bad person. Told me I'd be better off in Jim Crow. Tell me how I'm supposed to justify getting my ass up and respecting this man. How, what am I supposed to do? Justify that to me, please. I'd like to see you do it.
What do you think of the comparisons of Charlie Kirk to MLK?
I didn't see any of those. I mean, I'm sure some people said it.
I saw it like going around like on TikTok. People had that as their blurb for their live streams. They're like, he was just like MLK.
Yeah. I don't.
Because they died the same way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking for bigger stories about that. It wasn't a big mainstream thing, but I'm sure people say all kind of crazy stuff online.
I have white fatigue. I'm not even sure what that means, bro. You don't know about black fatigue? Yes, I know. I got the white one. I do think it's interesting that the moment this crime happens, that people go straight to identity politics, including the people who say they hate identity politics. But it's white. It's just like, oh no, it's just no. But like, it's just like, oh, are they a minority? Are they trans? It's like, is that what you're hyper focusing on after a crime? Yes, they are. Right. The same way that their rhetoric gets toned down if they're a white cis male, they hate that shit. All of a sudden, a crime happens. Are they trans? Are they this? Are they that? It's like, oh wow. It turns out identity politics is very popular on the right. They're looking for even the roommate. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know, because the reporting keeps changing every single day. I just think it's interesting. Identity politics is at the forefront of this thing. What is the race of the individual who commits the crime? What is, well, as long as they're not white. If they're white, we kind of just move right past it. What is the ethnicity? What is their sexual orientation? It's like, all this is just identity politics. I find it interesting that we're hyper fixating on that. Isn't that what we've all fought against for a long time? Well, we didn't fight for it, and they certainly didn't. So they're going to hyper fixate on that. Even cancel culture. You know, for the longest time, I had a whole bunch of people tell me, remember that white lady who ran up on that kid and was calling him the N-word a bunch of times on camera? I had a lot of people. I had a lot of right-wingers telling me that this woman losing her job is horrible. She should be allowed to go up to a young 10, 13-year-old kid and call him the N-word a dozen times on camera and not be fired. But now with this incident, because people are celebrating, which I think is horrible, I think it's bad, I think it's stupid, but I would never think people should get fired for that. Should they lose their job? If you think yes, then you're for cancel culture. That's what it is. You're for people getting canceled because you don't like the way that they act or the way that they behave. Yeah. But those same people on the right don't like cancel culture when it's against them. So it's convenient. It's convenience. It's convenient cancel culture. It's whenever you can control it. Yep. That's weird. That's weird in a twisted way.
Okay, now let's hear from Asmund Gold.
Right.
Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years, and he's even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion.
Lukewarm, he says. Lukewarm. Okay.
At least especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And
okay, and again, it doesn't take much to demonstrate how far right Charlie can be.
Right.
He thought the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
Yeah.
He thinks that MLK was a bad person. He doesn't want to fly on planes with black pilots.
Right.
All of this is overt.
Why would he think MLK is a bad person, by the way? The only negative thing I've ever heard about MLK is that he potentially committed adultery or infidelity or something to that effect. This is a guy who has Donald Trump's cock down his throat perpetually. Charlie Kirk is. Donald Trump hasn't exactly been, a model of good Christian virtues.
There is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, all discourse on the internet in general, to a point where it's almost unrecoverable.
The worst thing that I've ever done is call someone fat, call someone a whore, and then said, kill yourself to a chatter.
And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous performative empathy possible. And that's defining a huge...
Performative empathy. This is the bullshit that these people come up with. Performative empathy.
Political voice in the country.
What the fuck is that even?
This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone.
And so here we see him really trying to gaslight, saying that the empathy on the left is all performative.
Right.
While the empathy on the right is literally non-existent.
And that's why they see it as performative on the left, because they are incapable of actually feeling empathetic for people who aren't a part of their group. And so because of that, anytime they see empathy for people being expressed for people outside of their group, they must assume that it is pretend, false, a grift, fake, performative, because they are actually incapable of summoning empathy for people who don't look like them.
Right now, we are at a extremely pivotal moment, and I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to just, this is just a crazy left-wing radical.
Again, let's remember the majority of acts of violence and murder specifically that are politically motivated that have happened within recent history, including 2024 and 2025, have been committed by people on the right. Let's not forget that. So I don't know what he's talking about. Also, when is the last time a conservative person was killed for their conservative beliefs before Charlie? He's making it sound like this kind of shit is happening every week or every month. And I've heard Asmongold embed this in multiple videos now. He's subtly trying to move people closer to the idea of becoming violent, closer to the idea of nowhere in this conversation will you hear a tone of, but we shouldn't go there. He's saying, look, we're moving closer to a breaking point where there's going to be war, and the right is justified in feeling that. In fact, we've just been biting our tongue. We've been turning the other cheek. We've been tolerating abuse for too long, and now it's time to do something about it. That's the energy. That's the message that he's sending. He's not saying, oh, I think this is where we're going, but we shouldn't go there because it would be bad and a lot of innocent people will get hurt. No, he wants it to go there, partly because he's wealthy and he believes, like most wealthy people, that he will be insulated from the violence. He is no different than the people who sit in Congress and then send young people to war to go and die, and they'll never once hold a gun. I promise you, this guy will not be on the front lines in any civil war, but that's the kind of language that he's employing and implementing, partly because he knows it's very entertaining, it's inflammatory, it gets his people bought in. It's kind of like when religious people rail on and on about the devil and demons and you're under attack by Satan, this idea of the collective being brought together to fight a common enemy. He's tapping into that. It gets him more views, it gets him more money, it gets people to see him as a leader and a spokesperson for the movement. But I promise you, you're not going to see him on the front line. No, it's going to be you. It's going to be your family members dying. Almost 1 million people died in the last Civil War. And I tell you what, the South thought that they had it in the bag then too. And so how about everyone who has influence and is talking about these things, regardless of what side of the fence you sit on, let's all encourage cool heads, calmer heads.
I think you're probably going to see right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing people. And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them.
Oh, really?
Wow.
The guy with no empathy is lacking empathy, huh?
Right.
And I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, their, like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. Unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down.
Yeah, you see, he's saying all of this. Unfortunately, I think it's bad. I don't want it to happen. But logically, the person listening is going to say, okay, if the solution is getting the people on the left to wake up, and you're saying that you think the only way they will ever wake up is if this starts happening to them, then if I want to be an activist and actually do something about it, then I should go and wake them up. These people are dangerous, bro. These people are dangerous, I'm telling you.
Because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored it entirely.
So I grew up with Charlie Kirk. I went to high school with him. I'm not someone who knew him too much as an adult or long afterwards, but I was...
This guy says he has a story about Charlie Kirk growing up. I don't know if it's true. It's still up. He hasn't been sued that I know of. And this is what he says Charlie was like in high school. I thought, wow, okay, let's check it out. Some people would like to know.
I was around him a lot in high school, roughly from 2009 to 2011. And he was my bully. So I did not have a great opinion of him, really. But I will say this. Something changed. He was always kind of a pain to be around in high school. At least from my perspective, it was really relentless. But he wanted to go to West Point really, really, really badly. And he got rejected. I'm pretty sure it was the only school he applied to, and he got rejected. And after that happened, he would go around Wheeling High School, and anyone that would talk to him, he would say that it was some imaginary black person that took his spot. And that just set him off. And I think that was the only way that he could rationalize in his mind that he was not good enough for West Point. Like, don't get me wrong, he would go around telling Jews that they were going to hell. He would say to the Latino kids and to the black kids to go back to their countries, and completely unprompted, bonkers stuff. He was 16 when he was saying this stuff, but it really went to 11. After he got rejected, just something happened, and I think that was the only way he could rationalize it. Do with that what you will, but he just couldn't handle that he got rejected. He couldn't possibly imagine that it was just bizarre. And this week has not been fun, but that is a memory that is distinctly coming back, and to a lot of us that went to Wheeling High School with them. It's just, it was weird, man.
Next on deck.
Yeah, you won't get a lot of conversation about this, fam. Yeah, you won't we won't hear stories like this about Charlie Kirk. Before we go any further, let me let you know the Tim Black Wolfpack is dedicated, committed, 10 toes down to reporting the truth, unbiased, and not working for any political party. If that sounds good to you, go to jointimblack.com, become a member of the Tim Black Wolfpack. Because we're not allowed to. That Gestapo will not allow you to hear it. I see nothing. I know nothing. They won't allow us to have conversations like this about Charlie Kirk. People that knew him coming up, they've sanctified. Right? They made this guy the Saint Charlie. So I don't know. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I can know it's pretty damn risky to making these types of claims without them being true. And the fact he's doing it knowing people are getting doxxed, people are going through all this trouble. They're trying to make it a hate crime to say mean things about people, even if you know them to be honest or true or accurate. So it's like, I don't know. I bet if you went down the rabbit hole, or people that went to school with him, there'd be other people talking about the real Charlie that they knew. Oh, just a thought. It does seem a little like it rings a little bit of a bell, because them comments he was making about those black Michelle Obama, Joy Reid, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and Sheila Jackson Lee, 2 of which have advanced degrees. Well, he said they didn't have the brain processing power to do certain jobs, and they took jobs from qualified white men. People want to dress it up. Well, you didn't use those exact words. Man, that is close enough to what he said. You just don't care what he said because you don't care. You like Charlie, you don't care what he said, and you agree with him. You think black people are stupid. That's what he was saying, except for Candace. And I really don't think Charlie thought Brandon was all that smart. Yeah, I don't think, I don't know, like I don't know, but I do not believe that he thinks that Brandon Tatum was all that smart. Brandon the Tantrum. Just my opinion, man, just my opinion. Racist. Yeah, I've heard some things he said. They were not nice things, Johnson. And I keep on seeing these videos by the Weasel. Pop Goes the Weasel dude. I keep seeing him put these videos out of black people going, the real Charlie that I got to know, I've been digging him up for myself, and he was just saying the truth about black people. Was he saying the truth about white people? Just ask it. Did you go through and see if he said the truth about the whites? Just wondering, since black people need all this help from Charlie, why wasn't he saying the truth about whites, about white Americans? Was he? I don't know. I didn't watch all this stuff, but I keep seeing these clips because there are people who are cornballs who never really fit in with the black community, and I know that's the case. I bet if we start going down a rabbit hole on some of these people, Johnson, some of these people, like I said earlier, fam, you go down, you find out these people did not have a lot of friends coming up. They are conservatives, they black conservatives, and some of them just didn't rock with a lot of people for a lot of reasons. I'm not saying that's totally bad. You get to a certain age, if you're around people that are negative, maybe it's good to be on your own. But what I'm saying is, that's different. When you choose, you say, you know, my friends are out here doing things I don't want to do. That's not how I'm raised. I gotta separate myself. That's different than people that wanted to fit in but couldn't. It's different. And I think you know in your hearts that you know that's different. And all I'm saying is, we could do a little investigating on a few people. I got a feeling we find out they just didn't fit in all that well with a lot of people.
And I'll let you figure out what Asmongold's call to action there was.
It was pretty
Now,
clear.
real quick, I think it's also worth looking at TMZ. They had a little bit of what appears to be a snafu while live streaming and covering the story. Well, here, I'll just let you take a look.
Janet, go.
Wow.
Go to.
You heard them? They were cheering.
Have somebody look at the Fox.
Trump just posted that he's dead.
Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Wow.
Right, so is this ready to pull the trigger? We can get Trump cut in a second.
So,
dang, people are in the back laughing and cheering and shit. That's crazy.
If you were paying attention, what you saw there was in the middle of the live stream, people in the background began cheering. Now, you couldn't see them. They were probably in another room, but they were cheering so loud that you could hear them. And this was right around the time that Charlie Kirk was reported to have passed away. So let's take a look and see how they explain this.
Right.
We're live streaming all day during this tragedy. When something happened in our office.
Okay.
As we were reporting the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there were some people in the back room away from our news desk here who were watching a car chase.
Really?
And
a car
they
chase?
were laughing.
Oh.
They were clapping.
Right.
And you could hear it out here.
Never seen that before. Watched a bunch of car chases with a bunch of different people in my life. Nobody ever starts cheering or laughing or anything like that. Also, what car chase is this nigga talking about? Is he talking about like something on YouTube? Oh, right. Like an old car chase? Grown ass adults are cheering and laughing at a car chase, a pre-recorded car chase, not even a live one that's happening right now. Laughing? That's a weird emotion for a car chase.
I don't know, Harvey. It sounds like you might have some MLK fans back there. Nonetheless, this story reminds us that every legacy is built on choices. Charlie Kirk made his, and they're well documented. But our response, how we choose to meet ideas we oppose, will also be remembered. If we want a different outcome for the future, it begins with choosing principles over anger and truth over conspiracy.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they just did. And that's part of what led them the direction they went. And they're looking for acceptance. But you know, hey, have at it. Last thing is, we will never really know all these things, all the truth about Mr. Kirk. That doesn't mean it's justified. It's not justified at all. Whether he was a good guy or a bad guy in high school, doesn't validate anything that was done to him. All I'm trying to say is these people are trying to make this guy a saint. They want to make Charlie Kirk Avenue. You know what I'm saying? They want to, they're trying to make Charlie Kirk Avenue, fam. And all I'm saying is, I just don't. You know what, though? I don't think I care. Like, Johnson, like most Black Americans, man, we got real things going on. Why would we be so absorbed and care, like, about protesting something like that? I don't even think Black people would have the energy to protest. They're like, it's your country. Do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, what will we... I don't think... And you know what, folks? I don't think many working class people who are not even into it like that would give a damn. That they would complain or not. They would just be like, whatever. Realizing they really don't have any power over the situation and not feeling strongly enough that they want to waste time out of their life to go down and fight an issue that don't make sense, that doesn't change their lives. They're too busy trying to keep the car running, too busy to keep the lights on, want to keep the air on, get the space heaters, or whatever they got to do, get battened down for the winter. Like, there's real stuff going on. But I just pointed out because hypocrisy is hypocrisy. And this show is part of what we do here. It's to call out the nonsense. So let me know what y'all think about this. Yo.
The Jim Black Show streams Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wolfpack.
Wow. Really, there's a lot more we're going to play for you, including what Vice President J.D. Vance had to say today. But right now, I want to bring up Joe Walsh, former Republican congressman from Illinois. And he was someone who was very much a part of the MAGA wing of the GOP. He knew Charlie Kirk as well. Joe, glad to have you here. I saw a lot of your commentary over the weekend. And Joe, the revisionist history is stunning. You knew a lot of the stuff that he said. You've heard it. For Mullen, for Cox, and for so many others to say Charlie Kirk never belittled anybody, Charlie Kirk didn't use hateful rhetoric, he didn't use any racist rhetoric. Joe, we literally have video. We literally have audio. And then I was reading a couple of Instagram accounts where they said, oh, you didn't hear the full stuff, and it was all taken out of context. Really?
Hey, look, Roland, good to be with you. I knew Charlie well, let's be clear, and I wish he were alive, right? Murder's horrible. Political violence is horrible. Charlie was a Christian nationalist. He was a white Christian nationalist. Of course he was divisive. Of course he was provocative. Look, I met him when he was 16. I was his political mentor way back then. But he signed on to MAGA. He got radicalized by MAGA, and he was one of the best, most effective, divisive MAGA voices. That's why he was so successful, Roland.
And that's the thing, to me, that's crazy. We have eyes, we have ears, we understand, what went on here. And the reality is, that's why his following was what it was. And I heard the comments that he made about Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett and Michelle Obama and Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Congresswoman Maxine Waters and so many others, talking about lacking the brain, the brain processing power. I know what he talked about when he talked about, frankly, great replacement theory and really complaining about immigration and really to keep this nation, frankly, a white country. We know what was said, and you're right. First of all, there's no justification for murder. There's no excuse for it. But what you have is this creation right now of martyrdom. That, oh, how dare anyone say any of these things, and how dare you speak to? And here's what just amazes me: the very people who say he was a free speech champion now don't want others to have free speech in criticizing what he and others have had to say.
Roland, this is scary. And you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalize him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left.
Anyways, rest in peace, George Floyd, somebody's father. Rest in peace, Alton Sterling, somebody's father. Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin, somebody's son. Rest in peace, Mike Brown, somebody's son. Rest in peace, Sonia Macy, somebody's daughter. Rest in peace, Breonna Taylor, somebody's daughter. Rest in peace, Philando Castile, somebody's son.
Charlie Kirk was a man of God. Charlie Kirk was a man of God. Baby, I don't know what God y'all serve, but my God doesn't preach hate. Turning his death into this war on Christianity is like actually insane. The man was hateful. He was hateful. And that's it.
Am I speaking ill of the dead, or am I just talking about the awful shit you did when you were alive?
So Charlie Kirk, right before he had hot lead thrown at him, was asked a question, and that question was, how many shootings do you think have happened in the last 10 years in the United States of America? Charlie Kirk's response, which were also simultaneously his last words, were, are we counting gang violence? Someone was trying to tee up a conversation about the very much out of control gun issue we have right now in this country. And Charlie Kirk's response in his last words were to take a coded dig at black people. And now he's gone.
They're not singing hymns of sympathy. They're not holding candlelight vigils. They're opening the archives, receipts in hand, and saying, you told us to stop playing victim. So don't expect us to play mourners. The refrain, we don't care too. To understand the sting of this moment, you've got to know who Charlie Kirk was. He wasn't just another right-wing podcaster shouting into a mic. He was a youth movement in khakis and a fitted blazer. Founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative nonprofit built to court young people on college campuses, Kirk positioned himself as the cool, snarky conservative who could debate liberals under the table and leave them looking like fools on YouTube highlight reels. And for a while, it worked. His clips went viral, his conferences drew thousands, and his fundraising machine kept humming thanks to billionaire donors who saw in him the future of the Republican Party. He was there at Trump rallies, warming up the crowd with fire and brimstone about radical leftists destroying America. He was at the Republican National Convention, grinning like the golden boy of youth conservatism.
Like I said before, I have a mother who raised me right. I don't celebrate death, and I have a conscience. So I am not going to sit here and speak ill of Charlie Kirk and say that he deserved for this to happen to him. But that being said, though, none of us are surprised that it did, because we all know on some level, in this country and around the world, when you spend your entire life spewing hatred and division and racism and xenophobia and homophobia and all types of other things, eventually it will always come back on you. You reap what you sow. And the other point I want to make to conservatives right now is I want y'all to take a look around and see how the internet and the world is reacting to this man's death. Yes, there are a large group of people who are sad that he's gone and are sad that this has happened to him and find it unacceptable. But there is an even larger group of people literally celebrating this man being gone, which is absurd when you think about how violently he ended. I want you to take a second and think, how do you want the world to react when you die? How do you want the world to treat your family when you're gone? Whether it's a peaceful, natural death or something bad happened to you like it did to Charlie. Do you want them to cheer? Do you want them to celebrate? Do you want them to see the news and have a smile on their face? How do you want to be remembered? When I die, trust me, it will not be a cause for celebration because I know I am loved. I'm not even trying to be facetious or big-headed right now. People will mourn me universally across the board because I don't got no enemies. I treat everyone I know with love and respect and kindness. I don't have to like everybody. I don't have to get along with everybody. I don't have to agree with everybody, but I will always respect everybody. Not because I want these things in return. I do, but that's not the point. It's the right thing to do, and it costs me nothing. Charlie Kirk had to go out of his way to spit the kind of hatred and vitriol that he spent years spitting, and it ultimately led to his early and untimely demise. It costs you nothing to be kind. It costs you nothing to be empathetic. It costs you nothing to think of your neighbor. And those efforts that cost you nothing are usually rewarded tenfold. So ultimately, y'all have a choice to make. You can continue down the pathway of hatred and division and accept the consequences of that with open arms, regardless of what those consequences are. They don't always have to be lead to the neck. It could be something else. Or you can take a hard, long look at yourself in the mirror and make the choice to let go of the hatred that fuels you, because ultimately it only leads one place.
He called himself a defender of the Constitution, a patriot who would never bend to woke mobs. But when the subject turned to race, that's where the mask slipped. Kirk dismissed systemic racism as a hoax. He sneered at protests against police brutality, calling them performance theater. He pushed the Great Replacement narrative, the idea that Democrats want to import immigrants to make America less white. He pointed to Oprah and Obama as proof that racism is overblown. And when mass shootings happened in black communities, he shrugged them off as gang violence rather than a symptom of systemic neglect or a country drowning in guns. He told black America, stop complaining, stop blaming the system, stop playing victim. And now, the man who told others not to cry foul has been felled by the same violent system he swore was safe.
George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, the two Democrats that got murdered in their home this year deserved it. How dare you even speak his name? Do you know that Charlie Kirk died for your sins?
If you are a left-leaning, white tee, liberal creator, and I see you crying, boo-hoo crying that Charlie Kirk got assassinated, I'm looking at you real different. Because the way Charlie Kirk was homophobic, transphobic, hated women, was against women having control over their own anatomies. This man said more mass pew-pewings need to happen. He said this out his own mouth. And y'all crying over that man? And I saw a couple of y'all was sitting here talking about some, I feel bad for their kids. What about our kids? I'm a political creator. Some of y'all would like to call me that. My daughter and my newborn baby gets threatened to get straight fruited every 2 business days. None of y'all cried or made a video about it. Like, at all. But we crying about Charlie Kirk. Low-key, that kind of makes me feel away.
Let's pause for a second. Charlie Kirk spent years insisting America was the safest country in the world as long as you respected gun rights. He mocked liberals for saying political rhetoric could inspire violence. He told audiences, guns aren't the problem, culture is. Responsibility is. He wrapped himself in the Second Amendment like it was a bulletproof vest. But here's the catch. Rhetoric isn't just words. Guns aren't just symbols. They're bullets. And in Utah, one found him. So when black folks see conservative media spinning his assassination into a morality tale about free speech, they're not buying it. They're lining up clips of Kirk brushing off black deaths and then placing them side by side with headlines about his own. And the question hangs heavy. Where was this energy when it was our children, our neighborhoods, Our lives splattered across police reports and ignored by national outrage? You can't talk about Charlie Kirk's death without talking about selective sympathy in America. When black people die from gun violence, the narrative usually shifts blame back onto them. Why was he there? What choices did she make? Where are the fathers? The victim is pathologized, the community shamed, and the system gets off scot-free. But when white conservatives become victims, suddenly it's a national crisis. Flags at half-mast, tributes on the Senate floor, entire news cycles dedicated to their service, their family, their sacrifice. That's why the black response online feels so cold to some observers. It's not joy. It's not celebration. It's refusal. Refusal to extend unearned sympathy to a man who actively denied empathy to others. Refusal to be manipulated into silence when the irony is so thick it's practically dripping.
Let's be absolutely clear on who unalived Charlie Kirk. He wasn't black. He wasn't Latino. He wasn't Asian. He wasn't a person of color. He wasn't an immigrant. He wasn't trans. He wasn't some outsider the right loves to scapegoat. He was homegrown. He was white. His name was Tyler Robinson, and he came straight out of Utah. He wasn't some radical leftist. He wasn't Antifa. He wasn't a progressive activist. The man was decked out in an American flag t-shirt. That alone tells you everything. Liberals don't dress like that. That's part of the conservative starter kit, straight down the line. And the bullet evidence makes it even clearer. Investigators found an unfired round engraved with the words, "If you're seeing this, you're gay, LMAO." Nobody on the left is out here writing that. This kind of message is pure far-right culture. Juvenile, homophobic, straight out of their playbook. So the idea that the far left is somehow responsible, it falls apart the second you look at the facts. Which brings me back to what I said in one of my most recent posts. The right keeps crying out for vengeance. But vengeance against who exactly? Because this wasn't the left. This wasn't progressives. The evidence points right back at them. So are they going to keep pointing fingers at the liberals even when it makes no sense? Or are they going to finally admit the truth? That this was one of their own. The threat wasn't from the outside. The call came from inside the house.
On TikTok, users are remixing Kirk's speeches about law and order with footage of his frantic evacuation from the stage. On Twitter, hashtags are trending. Hashtag receipts matter. Hashtag we don't care too. Hashtag selective sympathy. Memes are flooding timelines. Kirk photoshopped into a thoughts and prayers stock photo montage with captions like, "Funny how prayers don't work when it's you." But underneath the memes lies a truth. Black grief has always been political. Because when the system refuses to protect you, even mourning becomes a radical act. What's striking isn't just the mockery, it's the questions black commentators are forcing into the conversation. If this is political violence, why wasn't there the same alarm when white supremacist violence killed black churchgoers in Charleston? If gun rights are sacrosanct, where was the outrage when black kids were gunned down by law-abiding citizens with AR-15? If rhetoric doesn't fuel violence, then how do we explain January 6th, or Buffalo, or El Paso? Why is it playing victim when black Americans demand justice, but patriotism when white conservatives cry foul? These aren't rhetorical jabs, they're receipts, carefully laid out to show that America's empathy economy runs on a double standard. White conservative victims get the full-page obituary. Black victims get a footnote. And when you've lived through that imbalance for generations, don't expect equal tears when the script flips. Here's another piece worth noting. Humor in black spaces isn't cruelty, it's survival. When the world keeps killing you, sometimes the only shield you have left is laughter. Memes aren't just jokes, they're coping mechanisms, cultural critiques dressed up as punchlines. So yes, you'll see Kirk in a Monopoly meme telling broke players, "Pull yourself up by the bootstraps, bro." You'll see TikToks where the sound of a gunshot cuts in right after he says, "America is safe." You'll see captions like, "Brace yourselves, hypocrisy incoming." But beneath the roast is an unshakable truth. Empathy is not infinite. Communities that have buried their children, their cousins, their neighbors without justice cannot be expected to canonize a man who mocked their pain. Now, here's where the story gets even messier. Conservative media will almost certainly weaponize Kirk's death. Expect calls for more police funding, harsher surveillance, crackdowns on domestic extremism that, surprise, surprise, will likely target left-leaning activists rather than the actual white supremacist movements that thrive in conservative spaces. And that's the cruelest twist. The same tragedy being used to expand policies that will disproportionately harm black and brown communities. The cycle repeats. Violence against one conservative leader becomes the justification for more systemic violence against marginalized people. Black commentators see that coming a mile away. That's why they're insisting, don't sanitize this death. Don't let it become just another excuse for more law and order while ignoring the lawlessness already visited on us. At the end of the day, Charlie Kirk's death leaves us with two competing narratives. Conservatives want a martyr. They want a poster child for free speech under fire. They want to erase his rhetoric and crown him a patriot who died for liberty. But Black America is saying no. His legacy is tied to the harm he inflicted, the disdain he showed, the denial he preached, and the irony of his death is not a footnote. It is the headline.
J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously. But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk, the night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed. Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman. And if the governor had asked him, he would, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry. He's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything in the negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable. Now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show. Thank you very much for your insight.
Thanks, man.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase, and I'm here with a very important message. We are at a turning point in the Black community where we must have equity in the apps we use that scale to billions of dollars. But this time, we own the infrastructure, we own the culture, and we shape the future. And Fanbase is the future. Fanbase combines the free functionality of Instagram, TikTok.
All of us are leaving a legacy, and that includes Charlie Kirk. And it's up to us of what we want that legacy to be. So let's take just a second to look at the legacy that Charlie Kirk left behind.
Right.
Let's take a look at some of his latest videos.
Yes. Who was
Here
this
we can
Charlie
see one
Kirk
titled
guy?
Charlie Kirk sends Van Jones into a mental breakdown with the words, "I can't breathe" on the thumbnail.
Wow.
Here's another one. Why do Democrats...
What a classy guy, huh? Still, to this day, exploiting George Floyd's death. He was murdered. This is how he mocks black people.
Women want to die alone. But let's also take a second to look at some of the things he said. He called the passage of the Civil Rights Act a huge mistake.
Wow. Giving black people equal rights? What a terrible, terrible, terrible decision.
He said that MLK was awful and not a good person.
Wow.
And argued that much of what people worship
This
about...
is the same guy who defends Donald Trump, by the way.
MLK is mythological. He's posted that the Great Replacement theory is not just a theory, but a reality.
Right.
And this is something we've explored and saw how it's in line with white nationalist and anti-immigration conspiracies. One time he said, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he is qualified.
Jesus.
He disagrees with gay marriage. He even said gun deaths are worth it to protect the Second Amendment. Let's take a look at a clip of this.
Wow.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given.
This is a crazy clip, bro. Crazy.
Rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
So, all of these things shape Charlie Kirk's legacy. And I think we can all see where that legacy is going to lead. But let's let history decide. his ideas, his actions are very well documented.
Right.
I think another concern is that this gives them the opportunity to say they're under attack and really scapegoat a lot of the problems that are happening right now on the left. Now, we do want to spend some time looking at people on the right and what they're saying about Charlie Kirk, but before we do, it's a good idea for us to explore some of the different conspiracy theories that are out floating around right now.
Yes.
One idea is that this was done by the Trump administration. That the Epstein files was overtaking the news, that the book was just released.
I mean, look, man, crazier things have happened, but I didn't think Trump was behind this.
Everyone was looking at the letter. That entire news cycle completely changed. And so the reason why I don't think...
Yeah, I saw someone in my comments saying that they thought this was a distraction from Jeffrey Epstein. Right, yeah. Look, this is how they want to distract America by killing one of their greatest foot soldiers. Come on, man.
True, why I don't think it would have been the Trump administration who orchestrated this would be that Charlie Kirk is a very good organizer for the GOP. And now Trump does have kind of a burn it down mentality, but I don't think he'd burn it down this much.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk had 47 and Make America Great hats on the table next to him that he was throwing out into the crowd. In some ways, I think probably a PAC was funding Charlie Kirk, or in some way, the Trump administration was helping fund some of the things that Charlie Kirk was doing. I have no evidence of this. This is all just speculation. Now, bunch of other conspiracies. The next one was he recently spoke to someone and said that if he speaks out against Israel or Mossad, they were going to take him out. And this one I don't really believe to be true because he hasn't really been speaking out against Israel.
Right.
Now, there is the inverse.
Yeah, the closest thing we saw was him questioning the potential of the Israeli government having some affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein, which he said there is no proof for, but it's just something he was asking. He's thinking out loud. That was the closest he came. A far cry from actually taking a stand against any of Israel's actions. And so if this was Israel, I mean, this would be jumping the fucking gun, man.
Of this, right? That he was associated with Israel and Mossad, and so for that reason he was taken out. And I really don't know about this one. And now let's explore this last conspiracy theory in one of the most interesting months. And this is that it was a graper. Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk have had a very long-standing feud. For years, grapers have been attending Charlie Kirk's events and asking Charlie why he won't debate Nick. All the time, Nick has been putting out a lot of content.
I mean, this guy was a professional. I don't know about this one.
And aligning Charlie with some of Nick's enemies and creating some division. Again, I don't think there's any evidence of any of these different conspiracies being true, but I think it's good for us to understand what's being said on the landscape.
Right.
And not only that, let's take a look at some of these people on the right and see what they have to say. Let's begin with Heavy Duty Country, who really feels the loss of Charlie Kirk.
I don't even really know what to say. All I have right now is what's in here. Just feeling. Charlie Kirk was a legend, role model for many people. Spent pretty much every day trying to make America a better place by talking to youth. I didn't agree with everything the guy ever said, but that's what makes America great. It's being able to slap your brother on the back and say, you know, we disagree, but I'm not going to shoot you in your fucking neck today.
Yeah, you think he'd already be in place? You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from, over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in. And I was right there. Just saying.
In addition there, we also saw Heavy Duty Country included a clip of the shooter being spotted on the...
Yeah, you know, personally, I think it's one of those situations where you don't... You're like, there's no way. There's no way that that's a sniper, right? It's weird, but there's no way.
And we'll quickly see Heavy Duty Country shift from more sorrow to anger in these next clips.
I had a different video coming out today addressing Black America, but that one will wait.
Addressing Black America. What Why don't they leave Black America alone? We are literally 13% of the population. What could you possibly? Why don't you address Mexican America? Why don't you address Arab America? What is it?
Welcome to the amazing army.
Once again, what are you stupid racist fucks doing? You worrying about me? Huh? You worrying about me? That's the problem with y'all. Get black dick out of your mouth. How about that? Get black dick and black vagina out of your mouth. If maybe y'all would focus on you, we would all get along. Maybe if the Republicans actually cared about mental health and not go and cut mental health funding, which is exactly what the fuck they did, maybe little Arena Zarathustra, whatever, would be alive right now. Huh? But that's not what y'all believe. I know. I've been around you fucking pieces of shit for quite some time. That's not what y'all believe. You don't believe mental health has anything to do with it. You believe that black people are evil by nature. That's why y'all are suffering right now. Because if you think Jesus, you know, the same Jew that you worship, looks anything like you, you're fucking crazy. I'm just letting you know. So your own wicked behavior is coming back on you tenfold, bruh. Tenfold. From my understanding, the shooting that just happened with the kid, it was all white kids. I think that's horrible, but yet again, I don't care. You guys rule the country, right? Y'all were the civilization builders, right? We have a white president in the White House, do we not? So you need to ask yourself, why don't white people care about white people? That's what you need to ask yourself. Don't worry about black people. If you leave black people alone, we'd be fine. But you're too focused on black people that your own people are fucking mental health rates skyrocketed. I've never seen, if you look it up per capita, these mofos are the single-handed group of people who will get off a plea due to insanity. You let a Negro claim insanity, see what happens. You remember the Negro who was obviously crazy, who ran his truck through a group of white people? And what did they try to do? Always claim victim. Oh, he did it on purpose. He wanted to kill those white people. Listen, if you have to act like you're a victim, you're not a victim, fam. You going out of your way to be a victim, fam. That's how little of a victim you are. So don't come to me. Come to the fucking last 5 white people who shot up schools and try to kill your president. Don't come to me. Don't come to me, because you're going to get some very hurtful truths coming to me. That's what's going to fucking happen. I don't want to hear your bullshit. I'm done hearing it. I'm done hearing it. You can be articulate, attractive, millions of dollars, and they'll still call you a monkey. This respectability politics that they got many of these Negroes thinking, that shit ain't real, fam. They don't give a fuck. I know. The moment in time you go off narrative, you're a fucking monkey. You're a fucking this. You're a fucking this. N-word this, N-word that. That's what they want. They want you to be a slave. They want you to be a house Negro. Once again, oh, you're not crying with the rest of us? Yeah, you're right. I'm not crying. I think Charlie Kirk no longer being here is a net positive. That's what I say. Maybe you're fucking poor white ignorance. Maybe you'll get the brainwashing that has happened to you out of your fucking mind. Y'all niggas want to constantly talk about fucking unity. That's the biggest joke I've ever seen. Constantly talk about unity, but constantly belittling, berating, and deriding black people. Constantly want to talk about unity, but then constantly destroy the schools, just have racist police, have laws improperly enforced, but talk about unity. I'm done, fam. I'm done. And then they don't know anything about this woman. Now, if this had been a black woman, what would they have done? I'll tell you what they had done. Well, Lucas, we need to see more video. That's exactly what they have said. Have they said that? Haven't they said that before? We need to see what happened before, Lucas. Well, Lucas, they would do a background check. Charlie Kirk, The main piece of shit that was talking about he would be scared if a black pilot was on the plane had a whole bunch of dumb fucking white people being scared that there was a black pilot. You had white people actually ask to go make sure that there was a white pilot on the fucking plane. And you want me to feel bad that this piece of shit is no longer with us? Fuck you. That's what I say. Good job. You have the audacity to have any amount of rage over some stupid white chick that you don't even fucking know. She's an immigrant. She's an immigrant. Haven't y'all been screaming from the rooftops, get these fucking immigrants out of here? Isn't that what you've been saying? Oh, let me guess, because she has blonde hair and blue eyes, now all of a sudden, well, Lucas, we're not talking about these immigrants. We're talking about the darker ones. That's what we're talking about. Get the fuck out of my face. This incident has happened 10 times over for black people. A white person violently stabbed a black person for no reason. He didn't have any mental health issues. Did y'all show any rage for that? No, because what y'all want to do is be upset. Then be fucking upset. You don't need me to get you upset. You don't need me to get you upset. Y'all circle jerk around black fucking crimes and shit like that. I know. Y'all circle jerk around this shit. Y'all circle jerk around, oh, they want a race war. They want a race. Shut the fuck up. You don't want the race war. Y'all don't even want smoke from the government. We saw that during COVID. All these bitch-made motherfuckers talking about, oh, the Second Amendment shall not be infringed. When they had a COVID lockdown, all these bitch-made motherfuckers were in sitting at home, just, well, they said I can't go outside. They said, well, hold on now. You're the one that said it was unconstitutional, right? You said it was unconstitutional. Aren't you the same motherfuckers talking about, well, the tree of liberty needs to be fed with blood? Aren't you the same stupid fucks constantly bringing up these dumbass fucking quotes and shit? Miss me with this fucking race war shit. I don't want to hear this shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm just tired of it, bro. I really am. I don't want to hear your fucking nonsense anymore. If you want to cry over this, then I got a whole bunch to cry over, bro. Because like I said, if this had been a black chick who had gotten stabbed on the train, y'all would have said, well, good. This is a blood payment for how many white people die. What do they constantly say? Well, you know, when white people get killed at 12 times the rate. They're always justified in whatever the fuck they do. You name me a white person that was not justified. That in their eyes. Name me one, fam. Name me fucking one. The most recent case we have is George Floyd and Derek Chauvin. They're saying he's justified. They're always justified. Always. And they're always the victim. Always justified and always a victim. I don't want to hear this shit, bro. This had been a black girl, y'all would have done a fucking background check on her. Where's the background check on her Irina, or whatever her fucking name is? Where's the background check on her? Where's the toxicology report, right? Where's the toxicology report? You want to know something? You want to know how I can tell you this is fake outrage? Because these racist fucks, upon finding a picture of her in a room where it says Black Lives Matter, do you want to know what they called her? They called her a mud shark. Listen to me. Upon them finding a picture of her, they don't even know if it was her room. They just saw her sitting on the ground with Black Lives Matter poster on the wall, and they immediately called her a traitor. She's a mud shark. If you don't miss me with your fucking moral outrage, your fucking fake morality, y'all don't know how to...
So my first question, true or false? I think the real war is not between left or right. It's for the people it's between the people on both sides who want a war and the people who don't.
I mean, I think that's accurate. I knew Charlie for 13 years, and when he was a kid,
He was like an 18-year-old kid when I first met Charlie in the Breakers in Palm Beach, and he was fundraising, running around, and I watched him, grow into a man and watch him, get married and have a couple of very young kids. And, whatever you thought of Charlie's views is irrelevant. The fact is that what he made his living doing and what he actually did quite well, made himself really good at this, was just going and talking to people on the other side. And that's, what he was killed doing. He was literally in the middle of answering a question and picked up the microphone and was shot in the throat. And we do have a serious problem in this country with people who believe that violence is the proper response to speech. And that does skew young. I mean, what the polls tend to show is that of Gen Z, only 58% of Gen Z believes that there is no excuse for violence in response to speech, meaning that 42% believe that there are some times that violence ought to be a response to speech, which is deeply terrifying. I mean, on a personal level, obviously, I have 24/7 security. I've had 24/7 security for a decade. I've spoken at a lot of college campuses. I never, honest to God, thought that we were going to get to this point. Even the assassination of political figures is not the same thing as just being shot in the throat for the crime of debating issues in the public square. And I thought wrong. I thought that's not what America is or what it should be about. And we've come to someplace incredibly dark in our nation's history. And, I weep for the country. I weep for Charlie. It's terrific.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, to Ben's point, a lot of the polling we've seen in recent years is all pointing in the wrong direction on this question about how acceptable political violence is. And I did not know Charlie. We were sort of sparring partners from afar at times, disagreed on a lot of things. I've got to say, one of the things that I really, really admired about the guy, especially over these last couple of years, I kept seeing these clips of him on campuses, on your podcast, talking with Gavin Newsom on his podcast.
Yeah.
He wanted the debate. He wanted the dialogue. He was not trying to cancel or censor or shut people down. He wanted to have those conversations with you. And it's just, it's tragic and it's terrible on so many levels. This is a young guy. He's a husband. He's a father, he's a child of God. And he was killed representing the very American ideal that we settle our fights.
I wasn't the biggest fan of Charlie Kirk. I certainly didn't agree with a lot of his stance on things racially within the black community. I did, however, agree with his take on the transgender topic in terms of what is a woman? Science versus feelings. That being said, the tragic part about all this is that we have arrived in a place in society where we are not allowed to have dialogue. And whether you agree or disagree, we should always keep the door open for dialogue, because through dialogue comes change. That being said, that was sad and tragic. And may he rest in peace, and condolences to his family. And like I said, even though I didn't agree with some of the things he said, I agreed with some of the things he said. But he should have been able to voice his opinion without death being his ending, murder. We got to do better as a society, man. We have to be able to communicate how we feel without disagreements leading to murder. And this is the last thing I'm gonna touch on. The Ukrainian girl that was heinously, brutally murdered by the brother. That mother should be buried under the jail, because that was gross, it was sick, it was unwarranted, it was uncalled for, and it was effed up. But again, everybody gets caught in their feelings, and we turn this into a racial thing when it shouldn't be that. This is about the murder of a human being. Let's keep it on a human level and not make it about race, because that is a slippery slope. I saw with somebody on AI, they created an AI where they said, had this been a black woman, and they showed a picture where she was replaced by a black woman, and the surrounding people who were originally around her were black, were now white. And the caption read, had this been a black woman, nothing of Charlotte would be left standing. Everything would be destroyed. To which my reply was, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, recovered. If you know, you know. Now you make of that what you will, but do the history, do the homework, and you will understand my quote. But again, may she rest in peace. It was tragic. It was horrible. It was effed up. And that dude who did that should be punished to the 10th degree.
And it's all on the live stream. And somebody came up to the door. He was like, hey, what's up, man? Yo, you know, man, I'm tired of this, man. We got things we got to, what? And somebody comes up to the window and sticks a gun in his face, drives him out the car, and they shoot him and kill him. They robbed him, killed him after they robbed him, then proceeded to pose like they was his friends, and then went through his car for the rest of his stuff. All on tape. But see, he didn't have a chapter of 3,500 organizations that helped Donald Trump get elected. He wasn't powerful as Charlie Kirk was. Folks, I want you to understand, Charlie Kirk's organizations, his reach was very powerful. He was in a very powerful position. I want you to understand that. And in some ways, he may have been an idealist. He may have had some lofty ideas about people and things and what he could do, and actually making this movement help the people. And there may have been some of that in there as well. Lord help us if we got to look at this with a little nuance. But what I'm saying is, Stephen A. Smith goes on and on in this video about the loss of life. And I get that. I see lots of loss of life. That's what I cover. I've been covering that for years, over a decade. So it's not a new thing. But listen to the way Stephen's talking.
Apparently. And then I'm going online and I'm seeing people celebrating it. Shame. Shame on you. I have a job to do.
He said shame on you. You know, if you didn't like a person, Stephen A is full of all types of, he needs a colon cleanse. Real talk. I can see it. I can smell it by the things that are coming out of his mouth, man. Look, if Charlie Kirk was not Charlie Kirk and he was just a guy spouting off a bunch of stuff that was considered offensive to people, and if he had a built-up brain on doing that, and if something happened with him, if he was a no-name guy, Stephen A wouldn't give a shit about that. Neither would 95% of these people. You know who covers people getting unalived? Who cares about that? People like me who cover it. Stephen A would not be covering somebody getting unalived unless they were famous. He doesn't cover like regular Americans getting unalived. If you can't get mileage out of it as a sportscaster, newscaster, whatever political, whatever he's doing now, if he can't get mileage out of it, he won't cover it. He's only talking about this because it benefits him. And what's he doing? Chastising people that have been paying attention to Charlie Kirk long enough to remember or to know all the vile shit he said about black people. Stephen A doesn't care about what he said about black people, just like he didn't care what Candace Owens said about black people. He didn't care. He talked to her 2 times and never once brought it up. But then whenever he gets an opportunity, I fight for black people, man. I fight for them, and I stand up for them. Look what I did for Shannon Sharp. I fought for Shannon Sharp. Look what I did. Yeah, until it got a little bit inconvenient and you ran your ass down the street. I'm not knocking you for it, but let's stop talking like you're a Cape Crusader for Black America, because you are not. I'm not saying that Charlie Kirk, people can't like him or support him, but what I'm saying is, don't tell other people how to feel about a guy. Don't tell other people, don't try to rewrite history for everyone else.
But that's wild in itself. Whether we believe this or believe that, too much. We're all humans. We all should love each other, period. That's already messed up. Now we have people rejoicing and happy about someone's murder, someone dying. That's not cool. That's not good. And for those people rejoicing for those things, y'all not good people. You're not good people. You're not. Again, we all have different beliefs. We all see things differently.
Army.
That's what I say. The Elysian Field says his last words were counting or not counting gang violence. Oh, he was talking about gang violence? What did I tell you? His last words were talking about gang violence when it was a white person that popped him, allegedly. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Listen, what happened to Charlie Kirk is horrible. Let me just say, it's horrible. I do not justify it. I do not validate. It's horrible. Violence is bad. What I will say is, by that same token, I don't care. I don't care. Perhaps if Charlie Kirk had been a little more concerned about his white community, maybe things would be different today. I hope there's a protest outside of his funeral. As a matter of fact, I hope there's a protest outside of his funeral. And I hope it's somebody replaying all the heinous, racist, vile shit that he said over the years for a paycheck. This nigga was selling you out. Listen, white people, he was selling you out for a paycheck. He was leading you to a dead end for a paycheck. That's correct. And y'all want to be upset at black people? Get your fucking priorities together. That's what I would say. Get your priorities fucking together. Y'all constantly want to talk about, oh, black on black crime, black. Don't worry about black on black crime. You worry about your white on white crime. That's what you should be worrying about. Y'all the ones in positions of power in this country. Worry about them. Y'all got a president who was fucking children, allegedly. Worry about him. But we see y'all don't care. So it comes to the point where some good white people have to stand up. Comes to the point where some good white people have to stand up and restore faith to the rest of the population. Because there are a lot of people who are like, hey, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't recognize this world. Good job for the good white people. All right. Good job for y'all. You're one of the good ones. Okay. You're one of the good ones. Oh, you don't like me saying that? You don't like me saying that? You mean kind of how y'all constantly talk about how he's one of the good blacks? He's one of the good blacks, right? Oh, you don't want me to say he's one of the good whites? You don't like that? You know, tough fucking shit. Yeah, that's what I say. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. Charlie was fired. Oh, he was fired, all right. R.I.P. to his family and his kids.
Army.
R.I.P. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Because they will cry. Watch, they'll cry for years and years over Charlie Kirk. They'll make memes out of a black person. They'll make memes out of a black person. And then when black people say, we're not justifying the violence, we simply just say, we don't care. Now it's, oh my God, the savages. Yeah, I'm done playing by the rules they give to us. I'm going to play by their rules. It seems more fun that way. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. What about this one?
Very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. You can significantly reduce them.
I agree.
Having more fathers in the home. Yes. By having more armed guards in front of.
More fathers in the home. Did the white men who attempted to kill Donald Trump, did they have fathers in the home, Charlie Kirk? Brain dead fucking argument. Did the white person who allegedly took your life, did he have a father in the home? Did he have a father in the home? Maybe it was his father that helped him learn how to shoot. What did I not tell y'all that little Timmy was going to the firing range? Did I not call this? Did I not call this? Did I not tell me if I'm lying? Did I not say, hey, y'all worried about us while little Timmy's going to the firing range? Yeah, can I get a sniper? Of course. You're going to work on your sniper skills? Yeah, I got a big meeting, September 10th. I just want to work on my sniper skills. Oh yeah, just you want to make sure to hold it against your shoulder right there. All right, you got it steady.
They were not friends. Okay, you don't understand how competitive the space is. Charlie was up. He been up. This guy's on his network. He had people like Cash Patel coming on. He had Pete Hegseth coming on. Who comes on Whitlock's show? He can't even get Charleston White to come on his show. I mean, come on, man. This guy, I get better guests than Whitlock. It's just he panders to... Anyway, here he goes. Listen to him. He's going to throw everything at the wall, man. No joke. Here you go.
But there's a group of people that have basically hired these transgenders and pedophiles and homosexuals to be the face of their political movement and to be the foot soldiers of their political movement. And so when you see, when I keep saying they're not like us.
This argument from the conservatives about how they're so much more civilized than other people because they haven't acted out over this and they haven't destroyed anything. They haven't done it. You destroyed the country. Yeah, your people have done everything. You have done so many things historically to destroy. Who you think was blowing up shit? But here goes a good one for you. You cannot be comparing apples. You're comparing apples to cheeseburgers. Okay? Real talk. Man, what happened to the Russian lady on the Ukrainian lady on the subway? That was against a citizen. A deranged citizen of the United States. Who are you going to protest against? What are you going to do? What could you burn up over a citizen killing a civilian, a Ukrainian national? What could you do? It's not like a cop killed her. It's not like a fireman killed her. So how could you even make the correlation? They're doing the same thing with Charlie. They're saying, well, when George Floyd was killed, the left did this, the left did that. Well, I didn't do shit. I covered it, like I cover everything. But I didn't burn down anything. But once again, we had Derek Chauvin's knee on George Floyd. We had cops around him. He was in handcuffs when he died. This is different than Charlie Kirk. A citizen did that to Charlie. Now, if a resource officer or if a private security guard from the university shot him, there would be no more Utah University. They would have burnt that shit down. Believe that. If the police force would have shot Charlie and that was not a civilian, right? They would be going after those police officers. They would be after them. There would be protests. But see, Jason Whitlock is not an honest person. Nor would he bring me on to say this. Nor will I'm going to invite his ass on my show. Because this is a type of But see, the liberals don't get it, and the conservatives lie. They all lie to themselves, and that's where we are. Y'all want more Jason Crockett? Jasmine Crockett? Jasmine Whitlock? I'm sorry. Jason Whitlock?
A lot of conservatives are upset. No one's run out into the street and burned any buildings down. Around Van Jones that said here, I read something about not getting angry. Alphabet Mafia, these people are crazy. Everybody got their wake-up call that we could all be greenlit.
You need to eat some greens.
And that tagline, "We don't care too," isn't just sass. It's the collective shrug of communities who live on the receiving end of Kirk's firebrand rhetoric.
Charlie Kirk created the culture that killed him. Charlie was a professional provocateur. He used inflammatory fallacies and thought-terminating cliches to embolden those who have always held power, straight, white, cisgendered men. He even convinced some marginalized people that they could gain power by aligning themselves with these systems. Patriarchy, white supremacy, Christian nationalism. He profited off of this rhetoric at the expense of others' humanity. Charlie Kirk created the culture that killed him. One where gun violence is so normalized that even children are seen as collateral damage. Did he see his own life as a fair trade? How about his wife's husband? How about the father of his children? But it's not just the policies that may have cost him his life. I'm not sure if Donald Trump would have been elected without Charlie Kirk and his influence on Gen Z men. Regardless, he was Trump's ally. A faithful servant to a regime that glorifies violence is something good men do. Fascism is here, in part because of Charlie Kirk. And fascism is violent. But America has always been violent. Saying there's no place for political violence in America is as hollow as giving a thought and a prayer between the shooting at UVU and the school shooting in Colorado. America was built on political violence and continues to enact political violence every day. It's easy to condemn political violence when there's a hand on a trigger. It's harder to condemn everything that put the gun there in the first place, or the tax dollars funding a genocide, or the policies that disappear people who don't look like Charlie. We dream of a world without violence, but we live in one that demands it. Fascism can't be voted out or petitioned away or debated into irrelevance. It must be confronted, and confrontation under fascism is never peaceful. Political violence has been a daily reality for Indigenous people, Black Americans, trans individuals, Palestinians.
Well, consequences have actions, doesn't it, my dude? I mean, the irony to be mid-debate saying BS talking points, excusing this behavior, and then it happened to you? Couldn't have gone out better myself, man. That is unbelievable. You know, actions have consequences. You guys think that rhetoric isn't something that matters. Well, apparently it does, right? But don't cry about it now, because you don't care about literally any other event that ever happens, because you would rather, just like as Charlie Kirk said, how you have a portion of Americans just be so you could have your little hobby. I think that's absolutely barbaric. So don't clutch your pearls and try and use them as a martyr now just because one of your feelings got hurt because somebody actually did something about it. I mean, these are the same people that will absolutely fund politicians and advocate for people that will cut mental health services. They will actively stand against the Medicare for all system or a universal healthcare system. They will do absolutely nothing. They will not do any mental health screenings, even though they'll talk about mental health. They will not make actual like universal background checks and stuff. They will not screen anybody for any reason whatsoever. So who cares, dude? Who cares?
So when the announcement of his death hit the feeds, it wasn't just a trending name. It was a culture war general falling in real time. The reactions were instant and raw. Conservative spaces flooded with tributes, branding him a warrior for freedom. Liberal circles already cracking open the vault, receipts dropping everywhere, and marginalized groups, immigrants, LGBTQ folks, people of color, not even engaging. They're shrugging. We don't care too.
When it happens, know that I don't give a damn. I don't care that he was a father. I don't care that he was a person. I don't care that you can argue that someone in history was worse than him. I don't give a damn. Caring about that is above my pay grade and below my sense of wonder. So know now, if you try to hit me with DMs or comments, respect the dead, have some decorum, I will be going to that fly high date in your bio and making fun of your dead granddaddy for filling a gene pool so shallow and stupid to have produced a person who would willingly defend a racist, bigot, convicted felony harasser, and pedophile, completely separate and apart, online for free when they're already gone. I will be laughing at every single joke made online, no matter how insane. I hope there's fireworks. I hope there's an event. I just want you to respect the dead. And people in hell want ice water. Ask your buddy. He's gonna find out soon enough. God willing, whichever God you choose. That happening won't fix everything he passed or put in motion or ruined or broke or nominated to the Supreme Court for a life term or set us back 50 years about. No, it won't, but wow, will it feel good.
Hello. Oh, shit. What's up, bro? Is this hell? Yeah, yes, you're in hell. Can I say the N-word now? Oh my god. Why is that always your people's first question? I don't know. No, you can't, and no, you gotta go. What do you mean go? I earned this. I have been fucking awful. But there is awful, and then there's insufferable. Okay, look, I have literally never had a demon vanquish themselves, Until you people started showing up. Please, I was made for this place, bro. Look, I hate women. You should see some of the laws that I passed when I was on Earth. They were disgusting. I was a fake Catholic, right? I never believed in God. I just used that as a way to put down people who look different than me. I hated on gay people so much, even though secretly I wish I could have, shocking, once to try it, maybe twice. Gorgam. Well, hey there, patriot. Huh? Gorgamesh. Gorgamesh. Gorgamesh, no, he's not staying. Oh, let me guess, snowflake liberal? Do you see what I'm saying? Dude, I didn't even know that they could do that until about 10 years ago. You won't believe who's a woke ass pussy, the devil. Okay, goodbye.
My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men, just like the one who took his life. That young man, on the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him.